What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomena with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
up and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it up, but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't even be. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that, man. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother already. Peanut, what's the word, my brother? What's the champ?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dudes. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard it. If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over here, right?
Sutek want to know. So this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you, and Sutek want him. You say PMF ain't on his
No problem. It's no problem, man. Let's set up the Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
Let's have it on. I love you. Tell Sutek. Tell me. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Album pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We make it work. So, right here. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He do this over here on y'all channel, but then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there, nigga. Stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga lie on me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me and I don't be
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother. And
word the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little right. He like,
so he like,
Y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find your own genealogy. Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I don't feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot, nigga get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga get lost, you just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK, TKO. Now he's a con. OTK, you died. TKO genealogy.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karemio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Caught an apple slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing's staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.
Peace to everybody in the chat. It's your boy Sean P. And the place to be, man. Make sure you like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we're live. We got Real from the Foe in the building. He tagged me to review this video. Hold on one second. So he tagged me to review this video, and I'm gonna give my live reaction on this. I'm gonna give my live reaction straight up. So make sure y'all hit the like button, man. Like the show, share the show, tell a friend we're live. Peace to everybody in the chat. We got Vyasa, Thurman, we got Ramon, we got Robert Rand in the building, Infinite Minds. Like I said, Real from the Foe. We got Pretty K in the building. It ain't no telling who else is in the building that just has not said anything. So without further ado, man, listen, I am responsible for this. You can ask Real is in the chat. Was this on TikTok, Real? What up, Q Black? Was this debate on like TikTok or whatever the hell y'all be using? Okay, that's why it looked like it. All right, let's. I'm gonna get straight into it, man. Yeah, hold on one second for me. It's a TikTok debate. All right, so y'all should be able to see the screen. Yeah. What's it up? All right, let me know if there's any technical issues and anything like that, because I'm gonna let this mug go. I'll probably chime in a little bit, and I will give my live reaction. I did see that earlier on in the video, it did kind of mess up. Like, I don't know, do audio or something was tripping. You said 1490. Let's start right here.
Multi-discipline, multi-science demonstration of empirical are not indigenous. Here we go.
Yeah, tap the screen, shut a live, man. Tap the screen, shut a live.
California Indian.
All right, so you ready? Right?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so we're gonna jump it off. Topic of this debate is Black people are not indigenous to America. Black people, and it's a capital B on this. Capital B, Black. I should show y'all the screenshot, but yeah, Black people are not indigenous to America. So what I'm gonna go over is not an opinion, right? It's not my feelings. It's gonna be really a multi-discipline, multi-science demonstration of empirical fact, where I use genetics, I use anthropology, I use archaeology, I use chronology, right? I'll use linguistics. I'll define these terms in their definition, which is their literal meaning, and in their etymology, which will get conflated in this debate. Etymology is the true meaning of the word, the origins of the word, the genealogical beginning of the word. The definition is the meaning, right? What they settled upon is understanding, right? I'll go over historical documentation and, of course, geography. These gonna be the same tools that every credentialed scientist on Earth uses to establish what a fact is, right? And beyond reasonable doubt that Black people, put a slash right there, sub-Saharan African descendants are not, were not, and cannot be categorized as indigenous by definition to the American continent. I'll yield that intro.
I mean, you kind of moving the goalpost a little bit now. Now you're talking about sub-Saharan Africans and so on and so forth. I mean, the topic is so-called Black people are not indigenous to the Americas, not sub-Saharan Africans, so on and so forth. That's the debate. So you know what I'm saying. We want to stick to that. But when discussing whether dark skinned people, everybody there, when discovering whether dark skinned people existed in Americas before Columbus, we must first recognize that the first inhabitants of the Americas migrated thousands of years ago during the Ice Age. These early populations lived in environments.
Pause. So if y'all didn't realize or can't distinguish the difference between the two, Don Dada intro first. I believe it's the introduction. And the dude he's debating, I guess that his name is Paperwork. And he just goes straight into his spiel. Now, the first thing that I'm hearing in this conversation, I heard what Don Dada said he gonna do to argue. This dude ain't really giving a real introduction or whatsoever, I guess, from the video where he had messed up the earlier, so he getting right into his spiel. But he completely starts his debate with a migration into the Americas. Now, the migration that he's going to use into the Americas has DNA attached to it. It has a story attached, a historical record attached to it. If he's finna say that the people who crossed the Bering Strait or the traveled down the Kelp Highway were black, he is in trouble. So whatever is about to happen, I'm unaware of it, but you're gonna just hear this shit live. And I'm just going to give you the real. So being that I am astute to the subject matter and have the homework on the migration into the Americas and how it populated and how we've been on this same topic for 11, 12, maybe more years. Let's see how this goes. This might not go too well for whoever the op is.
Thousands of years ago during the Ice Age, these early populations lived in environments with high sun exposure and had not yet developed lighter skin adaptation seen in later year Asian population.
Pause. The guy reading too fast. We don't know what he reading. Whatever he reading it too fast. But what I heard him read was that he's claiming that the people could not have developed lighter skin that migrated in because they were all over the sun. Let's listen to me, ladies and gentlemen. The first people that entered the Americas were people who were admixed with East Asian and Siberian. They were light-skinned people. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. I sent this to Not a Coincidence once. There was this video of these people in the hold on. They look like Native Americans. They like cousins. But they're in the most coldest place in Siberia. The temperatures are so cold that negative 10 degrees feel warm to them. The kids have to get to school in a timely manner because if the kids are outside too long, they will catch frostbite. So, and they eat a lot of fish. Hold on, I can't find my actual image of the people that I'm referring to, but I want to give you an idea. So let me stop the video. They look like this. These people that are coming over. Oh yeah, y'all can see it. These people that are crossing the Beringer are not dark-skinned people. Who in the world is going to show me dark-skinned people in the cold? Is that a dominant trait or a recessive trait? Dark skin in freezing temperatures. Listen to what I'm asking you. Is dark skin a dominant or recessive trait in cold weather? Since we're talking science, we can get straight to the work. We already got the buddy making a claim. He claimed that the people migrated into the Americas and they was already black. How, if in cold weather, dark skin is a weakness? It's not a dominant trait. These cold weather people eat the hell out of fish for a reason. So I just wanted to kind of put that on the screen. You know what? I can do this too. Hold on. Let me do y'all one better. If we going by what he's saying, who migrated into the Americas, right? Right? Because science has a spiel for that. So we gonna go back. Now I showed you some people that was in Siberia. I'm finna show you the Inuit in Greenland. You gonna trip on how you just seen that lady, them two females. You finna trip on how they look. Look at these people. You need me to zoom in. Look at that little kid. They got that little kid wrapped the F up. They on about 4 layers of clothes, boots and all that. This the Inuit people. He's saying that these people black. Can y'all see that? Yeah, there you go right there. You can see it. So yeah. So they look black. So in cold weather, Q Black says, dark skin is definitely a recessive trait in cold weather. People forget that simple science shit. So based on what he's saying, he's starting his debate already lying. He making up shit. Real wanted us to watch this shit, y'all. Y'all blame Real.
As a result, many anthropologists believe early indigenous Americans, moving the goalposts a little bit now you're talking about sub-Saharan Africans and so on and so forth. I mean, the topic is so-called black people are not indigenous to the Americas, not sub-Saharan Africans, so on and so forth. That's the debate. So you know what I'm saying? We want to stick to that. But when discussing whether dark-skinned people, everybody there, when discovering whether dark-skinned people existed in Americas before Columbus, we must first recognize that the first inhabitants of the Americas migrated thousands of years ago during the Ice Age. These early populations lived in environments with high sun exposure.
Show me the high sun exposure in Northeast Asia and Siberia. Show me the high sun exposure in Alaska. Show me the high sun exposure in Canada. These people ain't nowhere near the equator. How the fuck? Excuse me. How in the world are these people black far away from the equator where it's snow and ice all over the ground? Thousands of years ago? The last glacial maximum was when? The man tripping. Let's hear him out.
Had not yet developed lighter skin adaptation seen in later Eurasian population. As a result, many anthropologists believe early.
Pause. So listening to him again, he is committed to saying that people came into the Americas with dark skin, and they did not later develop lighter skin until later. Huh? Listen, bruh. Which light skin are you talking about? Because you are unclear. What the hell is you talking about? You just told us that black people came in through the Bering Strait, dark skin. People came through the Bering Strait and with nothing but sun exposure and light, and then they didn't lighten up until later on after they adapted. Adapted to what? What's to adapt? Why would their skin just lighten up? If they're still consistently living in those zones where you just said the sun is in North America. Listen, man, I just came back from Ohio. Outside of the white and black population mixing with each other, them native Ohioans, a large majority of their population are light skinned. You'll see blacks, yes. But it's a lot of fucking light-skinned people in Ohio. And that's mixing around and all that. But my point in saying this is Ohio a tropical zone? What about Chicago? Is Chicago a tropical zone? What about Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, Oregon, Iowa, Kansas, Montana? Are these tropical zones? The answer to that is no. So how are black-skinned people coming into non-tropical regions dark-skinned? The European SLC24A5 is the white gene. That ain't got nothing to do with the natives or the indigenous or the Paleo Indians coming into the Americas. The SLC24A5 gene develops 15 to 20,000 years plus or some minus. They still trying to earn. That gene is going back a little further than they believe. However, that gene ain't got nothing to do with the skin complexion of motherfuckers coming into the Americas, ladies and gentlemen. Because you have the Neanderthal and you have the Denialistic. I'm ending this shit now, real. The people that populated the Americas first carry archaic human DNA. We know this to be true because of mapping out the genome and dealing with ANZIC 1 and ANZIC 2. Because we have them, ANZIC 1 and ANZIC 2, we got Dusty's family DNA. We now know that the people that populated the Americas had archaic humans in them. They had some Neanderthal and they had some Denialistic. So show me black people possessing both Neanderthal and Denialistic DNA. The conversation is over if you can show a black person in the Americas, a black person, which you needed to define the word black, which was not done here. But black, show me black people, y'all Negroes in the chat, which one of y'all got Neanderthal and Denialistic DNA? If you have that, then you, my friend, have ancestry of the first peoples to populate the Americas. And that's what these fake albos got to do. They got to start claiming Neanderthal and Denialistic. And knowing damn well they can't even prove that. We ain't even 2 minutes into the debate and the brother already done sent us down the pseudoville. And this real from the fofo.
Indigenous Americans likely had darker skin pigmentation. Moving the goalposts a little bit now you're talking about sub-Saharan Africans and so on and so forth. I mean, the topic is so-called black people are not indigenous to the Americas, not sub-Saharan Africans, so on and so forth. That's the debate. So you know what I'm saying? We want to stick to that. But when discussing whether dark-skinned people, everybody there, when discovering whether dark-skinned people existed in the Americas before Columbus, we must first recognize that the first inhabitants of the Americas migrated thousands and thousands of years ago during the Ice Age. These early populations lived in environments with high...
Pause. So again, I listened to him for the third time. Hearing him start from the third time, he said since the last glacial maximum. So he is talking about the last 17 to 21,000 years. He is in that time frame. For everybody that ain't paying attention to what this dude is talking about, he is telling us that people between 17 and 21,000 years ago migrated into the Americas. That group of people were black. And they were black because they were absorbing sun. So Alaska ain't got nothing but sun. Siberia ain't got nothing but sun. The Negroes is in a tropical region getting beat up by the sun in Canada. He literally just said that thousands of years ago, black people entered the Americas. So he is calling the Paleo Indians black. Just so we all on the same page. He's calling the Paleo Indians black. He's taking the whole Paleo Indian story and making it, but I've never seen this before. Now I've seen Christians turn their Jesus is different colors, but this right here is similar to the hijack. Fuck it, we gonna take the scientific evidence that we have and we just gonna put black on it.
Sun exposure and had not yet developed lighter skin adaptation seen in later. Everybody there? When discovering whether dark-skinned people existed in Americas before Columbus, we must first recognize that the first inhabitants of the Americas migrated thousands of years ago during the Ice Age. These early populations lived in environments with high sun exposure and had not yet developed lighter skin adaptation seen in later year Asian population. As a result, many anthropologists believe early indigenous Americans likely had darker skin pigmentation. In addition, early European explorers.
Wait a minute. Who he say? Archaeologists. Listen, y'all gotta be listening to these words. Listen to listen to what he said.
Everybody there? When discovering whether dark-skinned people existed in Americas before Columbus, we must first recognize that the first inhabitants of the Americas migrated thousands of years ago during the Ice Age. These early populations lived in environments with high sun exposure and had not yet developed lighter skin adaptation seen in later year Asian population. As a result, many anthropologists believe early indigenous.
He said anthropologists believe. He said many anthropologists believe. Do y'all know what an anthropologist is? What is he reading from? He didn't even cite his source. So listen to me real quick. What do anthropologists study? Anybody know? Hopefully I ain't breaking up. What do anthropologists study? Would an anthropologist tell you about some skin shit? Or would a different person in the subfield answer the question about skin? What my point is that the anthropologists aren't an anthropologist isn't focused on skin. An anthropologist is focused on origins, cultures, societies, behaviors, and the human experience. It's not about skin with anthropologists. So you got to go to a subfield of anthropology to answer the question on who actually deal with the skin. Then you're going to have to go into the studies and the field. What's this white lady name with the skin? Hold on. Let me folders, my files. I can't think of this lady's name. Search skin. I don't know why name. Jablonski. Now you're going to go into the realm of Dr. Nina Jablonski, and you're going to have to deal with skin and the history of skin and relate to phenotypical study. Now, if you don't know who she is, I've actually mentioned her before because she has done some extensive work, and it was all due to the relationship she has and the marriage that she has with someone who works for NASA and being able to access those satellites out there for imaging and studies and researching related to mapping and the whole 9 yards. But Jablonski is ahead of all of that. Since we ain't getting none of that from dude, I don't want to go too far. But when you start saying who does what, you got to be more specific as it pertains to which field of anthropology are you referring to. Because now you lumping anthropology into some shit and you could be all the way wrong.
And seen in later year Asian population. As a result, many anthropologists believe early indigenous Americans likely had darker skin pigmentation. In addition, early European explorers frequently described Native Americans as dark, brown, or even black in complexion. Tonight, I will show 3 lines of evidence, genetic and evolutionary evidence about early human skin pigmentation, early European descriptions of Native Americans, and archaeological evidence from early American skeletons in the Americas.
He said a mouthful. This what y'all be doing on TikTok.
I'm assuming you yielding.
Yeah, I'm done.
All right, so yeah, I want to start off by actually doing what needs to be done in this debate first. It's the first topic of this debate is to define terms, right? So we're talking about black. Once again, I'll confirm that with y'all that is a capital B, right? Not a lowercase b. And then it's also black people. So we know for sure, if we're not paying attention to the capital B, we're talking about people, which is literally referencing a noun and not an adjective, right? That's what I said earlier about we're going to get some conflating here. That's what it is. And actually, forgive me one second. I'm actually going to this where y'all can see, get this confirmation. Fuck. Man, that shit fucked up. I sent out all these invites. Hold on, y'all. I sent out all these invites to this live, but I just wanted y'all to see what the topic of the debate was. What was agreed upon. So y'all understand we're talking about it now. Black people, this is a capital B. Capital B. So we're referring to a noun, right? Referring to black people in the definition in the Oxford English Dictionary, which is the leading authority of the English language, which we're speaking. We're not speaking on Old English or Middle English. We're speaking on English. And in that definition, is designating a member of any of the dark-skinned group of peoples, of persons, especially of sub-Saharan African origins or descent, period. Right? This is what it means to be black, right? Per the Oxford English Dictionary, right? Now, when referencing indigenous, we already know that, let me go ahead and open this source for y'all. We already know that indigenous was referenced firstly by Sir Thomas Brown, Pseudodoxia epidemica. Let me go and pull this up here. Right, once again, the English language is what we're talking about. Not Old English, not Middle English, not etymology, not nothing else. So in Pseudodoxia epidemica, he says, in many parts thereof, it be confessed, there be a present swarm of Negroes, and we'll go over this word too, because this is the word firstly used for black, and we'll go over that in its first definition, serving under the Spaniards, yet they are all transported from Africa since the discovery of Columbus, and are not indigenous or proper natives of America, right? So the first person to use the word indigenous in English in the 17th century said indigenous was referencing the Native Americans and made a distinction to these people and the Negroes that were transported from Africa, right? And we'll get into the first time that was documented right after I confirm these terms with y'all, right? So they're not conflated. So terms like swarthy, terms like mellas, these have their own definitions, right? Swarthy refers to the Moors. These are North Africans. We already confirmed that black is sub-Saharan African, Spaniards, right? And Italians, right? So now we're even in Europe when we're referencing the swarthy, right? And they're talking about more swarthy than the French, right? So they're talking about more darker than the Germans and the English, right? You see this? All right, when we go to terms like colored, because we have to talk about all these terms, how they're referenced. People, black people, Africans, and their descendants is the same definitions, right? Here we are, 1828. This is where the terms are first documented in these dictionaries, right? We'll go to Negro. Negro, Latin pronunciation, a native or descendant of the black race. You see how these words are used synonymous? Black in Africa, black race, men of Africa. The word is never applied to tawny. That's another one that will get conflated likely. Tawny, olive colored, maybe even copper colored may get conflated tonight. But these are the inhabitants of North Africa, right? Right? It's never applied to the tawny people of North Africa, but to the more southern race, men who are quite black, right? So that's Negro, color, and then we'll go to black. And it just runs cyclical, right? It's a cycle. Black is referring to a Negro, a person whose skin is black. So now when we're talking about capital B, black people, right? And we're talking about a noun, right? Not an adjective, not a color. When we're talking about people, people aren't colors. People are races. This is the social construct. And I'll go over that, how this was constructed by Carl Linnaeus, Frederick Blumenbach, Samuel Morton, and how it was used in America to subjugate black people, right? With early anthropologists using pseudoscientific words like Negroid, right? And conflating the Australian admixture or that phenotype with that latitude of sub-Saharan Africa, the whole equatorial line, these people having dark-skinned pigments, conflating that and these adaptations with what it means to be black, sub-Saharan African. So when I use these words interchangeably, it's because they are, in fact, synonymous by definition that we agreed to in our debate, right? And indigenous also, you know, if we want another source for that, because I know that was just one.
And not to cut you off, bro, but you got to stop like throwing stuff in there that we didn't talk about, or you get us. First, you said sub-Saharan Africans was we didn't talk about. Now you just said something that we agreed to that we didn't agree about.
Okay, so yeah, let me take a time out for this interjection, so just so we can get some clarity. So yeah, and that's what I'm doing in my debate. I'm defining these terms by the way we set them up, by the way I articulated the debate. Like black people, right, is a capital B. Black people, it's a people, right? That means it's a noun. It's not an adjective, and that's what I'm defining right here. I was hoping you was going to be able to listen, right, while I present it. You understand me? I'm trying to get clarification. I don't want any discrepancies before I continue my talk.
No, go ahead. I just want to make sure we sticking to the topic, not anything else. But go ahead.
No, I want to make sure that you know that we are sticking to the topic.
Oh, we are, but I have sources that I'm gonna pull up about the definitions that you put up. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
And
so
actually, can you tell us the source of? You said that's the Webster Dictionary.
I'm using the Webster Dictionary and the Oxford English Dictionary when I'm defining these terms.
And when was those written?
Hold on. What you asking now?
I just asked when was it written?
If you want to have this kind of sounds like it's getting to the cross-examination part of the debate. This is the defining terms part of the debate, right?
All right, go ahead, bro.
All right, yeah. So yeah, what we're doing, that's what we're doing. We're defining terms. So and then after this, we establish the core argument of the debate. So this is the debate. I'm saying black people are not indigenous to America. By doing this, I'm explaining to you what black means. Black is a people. A noun is a person, place, or thing. It's not an adjective. When we're talking about a people, it's a person, place, or thing. Hey, shut the fuck up. Person, place, or thing. All right, that's what black people is. And I'm talking about indigenous. We go to the first time this is mentioned and the first time it's documented. And also while I'm at it, that's where I was at before I was so rudely interrupted. The first time it's mentioned by Sir Thomas Brown and what is referred to in the United Nations. And it's referring to people who have pre-colonial contact to the Americans. Hold on, let me see what it is. Let me get my head right here. Indigenous people have in common a historical continuity with the given region prior to colonization. So that's what it means to be indigenous. It means you have to be here prior to colonialism. Now, if we figure out that black people are sub-Saharan Africans, we have to then prove that sub-Saharan Africans was over here in America with those same or similar sciences that I referenced with anthropology, archaeology, linguistics, or by these definitions, or geography, or migratory route, which I am saying we do not have any. There's no evidence in any scientific disciplines, right, that confirm this psyop that's going on that these people have kind of gotten fried with, right? The social racial identity and geographical designation. This is what we're talking about, right? We're just not talking about dark skin pigmentation, as you all seen on the definition. Black is not just dark skin. It's also a geographical designation of black, right? It's not the same thing. Dark skin is a biological adaptation to ultraviolet radiation, right? It's a product of melanin concentration, which is increasing in populations that live in lower latitudes closer to the equatorial line, whether that's sub-Saharan Africans, whether that's the Yanomami, the Brazilian tribe, whether that's South Indians, islands, whether that's Melanesians, Australians. These people are along the equatorial line, and that UV exposure is why they have dark skin. This is a convergence, evolutionary adaptation, which occurs independently in geographical, unrelated populations who happen to inhabit tropical zones. Dravidians, Melanesians, Aboriginals, Ottomanese all have very dark skin. None of them are capital B, LACK, which is agreed upon in the debate, which means to be a sub-Saharan African descent, right? Which is defined by genetic, and the ancestral sense of the word, because it means to be of origin or descendant, right? To be a descendant, that means you have to ascend from an African. Black, as the term is used in model racial taxonomy, is just how we're using it as it applies to this resolution, refers specifically to those people, sub-Saharan African descendants, geographically, genetically, ancestrally, or in their origins, in their culture, in their language families, and in their mitochondrial DNA, and their Y chromosome. And all that lineage is going to trace back to sub-Saharan Africa, specifically West and West Central, right? Not the social construct is going to get invoked and conflated, right? We are not debating dark skin. We are debating ancestry, geography, genetics, historical continuity. The moment the opposition conflates pigment with ancestry, they have literally conceded to this scientific argument. The etymology of Black, Negro, Moors, colored, and related terms establish no racial categories existing. Like we were talking about the 15th century. When I'm talking about Carl Linnaeus, and they coming up with these concepts, this isn't into the late 18th century. So 15th century, 16th century, 17th century, references to these terms, Black, Negro, the color, don't mean black in the modern sense of the word, right? And somebody gonna use it as a Latin nigrin, right? The lattice origins, right? Dark, sable, dusky, right? It's a descriptive term, not the racial classification. Understand that the term Moor simply derives from the Greek moros, dark, similar to swarthy. They're talking about North Africans. And it's applied loosely to dark complected people of North Africa, the Iberian Peninsula, even South Asia and the Pacific, right? Even we're using this word blackamoor, right? Didn't appear till 1540s, right? Another descriptor, not a noun. Pay attention. You want to conflate these words like Melanesian, or when the Melas come from the Greeks and the Nisos comes from island, Black Island, right? This is not black. We are not conflating in this debate, right? We're not, just want to make sure that we are clear on that. The fact that Europeans use the same root word, whether that's Melas, Marus, Niger, to describe dark-skinned peoples across Australia and the Pacific, South Asia, and Africa, demonstrates that these were color descriptors for pigmentation, not genetic or ancestral. All right, and I'll go ahead and, I don't know, y'all let me know if I went over, because I didn't even start my time. Let me get 5 more minutes.
Yeah, so with this debate, bro, you definitely moving the goalpost, talking about sub-Saharan African descent or West African descent. Nobody ever made the claim that sub-Saharan Africa,
by the definition that he used to define the term black, it is black equals people from the sub-Saharan region of Africa, according to them in their dictionary. People of African descent. People from the, that's why he read the definition to you, paperwork. He defined the term black. He said capital B, noun. Told you where he was coming from in the definition. But your retarded ass ain't listening to what he's saying or taking notes to refute him because your feelings is involved because he said sub-Saharan. Don't fucking worry about the sub-Saharan. Define the word and say what you mean. You done cut this fucking man off twice in his first round, and he ain't cut you off not once when you was talking about moving the goalposts. The title of the goddamn debate is Black People Are Not Indigenous to the Americas. You're supposed to be arguing they are. And then you're supposed to showing us why they are by properly defining black with the capital B. And as soon as you try to define it using the capital B and define who these black people are, per definition, you lost. So you sitting over this motherfucker, cutting this man off, and he just gave you the definition. He said, according to such and such, which was the dictionary they used, which was Webster. He said, according to them, black means, and then he said it, and you're hung up. Why is you so hung up? I'm trying to figure that out while I'm trying to finish the rest of this cream brulee French toast I got earlier today. I'm confused. Let me let you go.
Africans or West Africans was in America. And when we talk about the word black, Negro, so on and so forth, you're using the Webster's dictionary. But when we go into, let me pull up a source real quick.
There we go. Come on.
Let's pull up this source right here. The Dictionary of the English Language, which was written in the 1700s prior to the Webster's Dictionary. And I have the direct source coming from these pages. I'm not just talking. So I'm going to show y'all what the capital BLACK means. And this, I'm going to show y'all who wrote it. Give me 1 second. Okay, right here. Samuel.
See, this is the bullshit I'm talking about. I don't want to hear this shit. And I know y'all don't want to hear this shit. We want him to define what the word black means. You went and got this dictionary from a certain period, and now you trying to bring up some white boy to us as a diversion. No, nigga, we want the definition of the word black, capital B, noun. I don't care nothing about this white boy. You didn't define it. It's his round. He's arguing in his round, and you didn't cut him off twice in his round. So now he just shut the hell up and he letting you go. This is crazy. So go ahead and explain to us about this white boy, and I better hope to hear in the next 10 minutes a definition of black, capital B. Now, let's go.
Samuel Johnson was an English writer and a critic and one of the most famous literary figures in the 18th century. His best known works for the Dictionary of the English Language. So he already wrote the Dictionary of the English Language before Webster. So we can actually go into his dictionary and see it. This is what he's most famous for. So once again, give me 1 second. Let's pull up the dictionary. Let's see. In the dictionary, that's fine. Oh, that's the wrong one. 1 second, y'all, my bad.
Yeah, you unorganized, motherfucker.
Okay, here we go. This is the dictionary, y'all.
But
straight from the source, primary source. We can go down to the word BLACK, all in capital letters. As we can see right there, put a one in the chat if y'all can see it. Black of color.
That is not the
of the color of the night.
Come on, bro.
Black of the color of the night. So when we go back further and here.
This nigga said black of the color of the night. He is right here. He is reading black. Y'all can't see it. And I apologize, but y'all can't see it. But he's reading the adjective black. He's not reading the noun. Let me see if I can zoom. No. He's not reading the noun. He's on the adjective. And then everything below this is giving adjective. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull the dictionary up. Samuel Johnson's English Dictionary. Give me a second and let me see if I can find this shit. I hate when they do this. This one on like TikTok. Y'all can't see nothing. Screen said trash. Ah, this book here horrible. Ain't none of us gonna be able to see shit in this book. It's old as hell. Let me find it, man. The book I had was trash. That version I got was trash. See, you making me stop this whole shit to get Samuel's dictionary. Well, this was before Webster. So fucking what? It's before Webster. Y'all should be able to see the screen, man. Can I blow this shit up? No. Let me go find Black. You got me having to show people where. Damn, how many times Black in that bitch? That ain't working for me. I'm impatient, y'all. So hold on. All right, so this the book. We on the book. I'm finna show y'all what a dude read. Ah, damn. Black the adjective, not Black the noun. Boy, it's a whole fucking lot of A's in this bitch. AP. I gotta be in the B's now. I'm thinking I'm skipping like 50 pages, and this mug ain't skipping none of that. Can y'all see this? Well, y'all could see before. It's spinning right now. Let me see if I can do this. I'm trying to get a whole nother version of the book, so hold up. 1,104 pages. Page 198. That went too far. I'm about to share it on my screen, so just give me a second. I'm just trying to pull this dude shit up. So BAWBAYB, you know what I mean? Batty boy, BAU, y'all see it, right? Just letting y'all know where we at. We're just trying to get the black. We at Bear. We at the BEs. We getting somewhere. It has a lot of B's. But y'all can see this is the book though. And that's all that matters. And this the problem with people. He asked them to define a word, and the first thing that you did was you was being disingenuous, and you went to an adjective. And I don't even know if he gets caught in the debate. Like I said, I ain't seen it, and I'm just giving a live reaction off of it. But this the problem with people. What up, Be Active? What's good with you? This book 1,000 pages, bro. It's terrible. I got 2 versions of this book open. Let me close this one. Well, we done made it to the BIs. How many words got BI in it? Oh, we got the BL. Hey, look, we the BLs there, baby. We getting there. BLs. They go black. So let me zoom in. And show y'all. Black, adjective. Black, adjective. Let me zoom in some more. Let me zoom in some more. Let me zoom in some mizzo so y'all can see. Y'all see that? The first thing that he read was this definition right here. Black, adjective, of the color of night, in the twilight and the evening, in the black and dark. I'm going to stop. I just showed y'all what he read. We're going to replay that bit. We're going to replay this. And we're going to see what paperwork say. Y'all see it's the same source. Same source. So you can't trick me.
Language. So he already wrote the dictionary of the English language before Webster. So we can actually go into his dictionary and see it. This is what he's most famous for. So once again, give me 1 second. Let's pull up the dictionary. Let's see. In the dictionary, that's fine. Oh, that's the wrong one. 1 second, y'all, my bad. Okay, here we go. This is the dictionary, y'all. Straight from the source, primary source. We can go down to the word BLACK, all in capital letters. As we can see right there, put a 1 in the chat if y'all can see it. Black, of the color of the night. black of the color of the night. So when we go back further in history, when we look at the historical terms and not modern terms, because we talk about historical event, not modern event. So if Europeans came today and said black people, they would be referring to black people as in West and Central African. But historical terms was a descriptor of black, a color. What's the color of night, y'all? Black, dark, so on and so forth. So they give an example right here. Hold on, let me zoom out. Where did it go? My bad, y'all. So right here, they even say a black man. They mention a black man or whatever, and it's nothing about West and Central Africa. The original term of black, when we talk about in a historical context, not modern terms, it just simply means dark. So when they're using the word black, it means dark. Let's go even further. I have another primary source coming from the same book, y'all.
Hold up, swallow up. Once again, black as an adjective. He's reading everything other than what was asked of him. Noun. What is a noun? A noun is a person, place, or thing. So why are we stuck at adjective? Why? Why are we stuck at an adjective? Why? The man didn't even go down and even try to get the word outside of an adjective. Not once. Look what they put in here for. They got black or more in here. They got black. That is an adjective still. Blackamoor, a man by nature of a black complexion, a Negro. He could have went there. He didn't go there. He kept dealing with the adjective. Because you can't find black as a noun by itself referring to a person. He didn't want to read nothing else. He wanted to read the adjective for what he found and nothing else that's going into it. I'm going to show y'all. Look. I don't know why that search is still on, but right here. All of these got something else attached to them. Then black right here. From the adjective. It says it. It's from the adjective. All of these are not dealing with what we're talking about. It's from the adjective. This is the only other way you go right here out of this one dictionary. So why would he use this dictionary? It is not helping him define black as in the noun. That's the craziest thing right here. But let's go. Let him get his 1-2 in. So far, he ain't defined it.
So right here, they even say a black man. They mention black man or whatever, and it's nothing about West and Central Africa. The original term of black, when we talk about in a historical context, not modern terms, it just simply means dark. So when they're using the word black, it means dark. Let's go even further. I have another primary source coming from the same book, or the same dictionary. Let me pull it up. Okay, so here go the dictionary right here, primary source. We got black, the color of the night. Just simply means dark. It has nothing to do with sub-Saharan African ancestry or being from Africa at all.
Wait a minute.
Let's go into
go back.
The word Negro. Y'all see it right there in African ancestry.
Pause. You have the word black as an adjective. Again, different source, same thing. Adjective. Y'all see the problem? Adjective again. I don't know what I don't think he understands how to debate. I don't think he understands how to debate. Dundada showed the capital B, black, as a noun, referring to a people. This nigga keep referring to an adjective. He just did it twice. Now he finna show us again.
Or being from Africa at all.
Because you're looking at an adjective. How the fuck are you gonna define? It's not talking about a person. Black, the two definitions that you use aren't talking about a fucking people at all. Ain't defining no person. It's not in the sense of a noun. It's an adjective. Why are you expecting it to refer? It ain't even referring to people.
Let's go into the word Negro. Yes.
So we didn't find black referring to a people yet. So we're gonna skip that shit and we're gonna go to Negro. That's what we just gonna do. We're just gonna say fuck black. The title of the debate is about black people. So we're gonna skip defining the word black for people, and we're dealing with a noun, and we're just gonna go straight to Negro. Okay, go ahead.
See it right there? Not lowercase n, N-E. Y'all see it right there, right? Let's see what it means. Let's see what Negro means. Negro, a blackamoor. Negro, a blackamoor. So we went over black, which means dark. We went over Negro, which means a blackamoor. What does blackamoor mean? Let's find out what blackamoor means, y'all. Hold on. Oh, here we go. Negro, blackamoor. Negroes transplanted into the cold habitations continue their hue in themselves. So it talks about Negro is a hue, black is a hue.
Spot, pause.
It's
Pause again. Pause again. Pause again. This is the problem with people who think that they know what the fuck they're doing and they don't. If you can't see on the screen, he is using, look at what he's using. He's using some type of summary for a word. The word Spanish negre, a blackamoor. Negroes transplanted into code and whatever, habitations continue their hue in themselves and their generations. Brown. But he isn't really giving you a proper definition of none of the words because Africa is going to show up. And then Negro is going to refer you back to black. And black is going to refer you back to of sub-Saharan. It's a game that he's playing intentionally at this point because he is deliberately not providing the word Negro in a noun. He's playing the game. Look, knee and then with the comma, then grow. That's how he searched it. He didn't put Negro into his search engine for this particular app that he's using.
It's in historical context, not modern in a modern sense. So, blackamoor, a man by nature of black complexion, a Negro. Samuel Johnson's dictionary. So when we talk about, oh, there it go right there, my bad, y'all. Y'all see it? Straight from the book. Black.
Now we're at blackamoor. See how this game is being played? You ain't even defined the word black. I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this shit and I'm like, yo, he's not doing anything here. He let Dundada define the word black, find a definition for the word black, stick to that definition, and then gave you the ability to be able to show the definitions in which you're going to show black, because you started in your introductory telling us that black people were the people who migrated into the Americas via the Bering Strait. And you said because they was brown skinned from all the sunlight in that cold ass weather. Brother, what people you know that's gonna be out what black people you know that's gonna be outside in negative 10-degree weather trying to get some sunlight? It is impossible for a black person with a recessive trait to be outside in negative 10 trying to capture sunlight. The damn Inuit, the Eskimos, and all them motherfuckers that's in these cold weather habitats till this day, they can't get the sunlight. It's too cold. They gotta cover up their bodies. And you finna convince me that Negroes crossed the Bering Strait with brown skin, black, you said black, my bad, black skin, and they ain't lightened up yet because the gene wasn't even ready. And you finna tell me that some t-shirt wearing ass Negroes crossed the Bering Strait after the last glacial maximum with freezing temperatures. They outside the Bering Strait crossing that bitch with tank tops and goddamn dick covers. Yo. This motherfucker is trying, my bad, y'all. This dude, Paperwork, is trying to convince black people. We black. Those of us that's black. Even the people that ain't black. I see you, Thomas, Oklahoma. What's good, bro? Even for the people that ain't black. I don't give a fuck who you is. You can be white, black. You can be whatever color you want to be. You can't convince me that a human being is crossing the Bering Strait after the last glacial maximum in freezing temperatures with a t-shirt and some Speedos. How they getting the sunlight, bruh? The temperature's freezing. They got all kinds of clothes on to protect themselves from the cold weather, dude. How are they getting sunlight? And bruh, the sun might be out, but they ain't getting no natural sunlight. Their skin is not absorbing sunlight. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand when you made that fallacy in your introduction, and then you tried to take these people migration into the Americas where we had an evidence for it. You fucking lost the debate immediately. Because ain't no black people coming through the Bering Strait during the last glacial maximum with the sun beaming down on them. It's not a tropical situation that you're dealing with. Just because the ice melted doesn't mean the temperatures wasn't any less or different. It was still freezing cold. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? You literally think that black people crossed the Bering Strait into the Americas and was the first people here due to sunlight, and then they ain't even get lightened up till later on? You got a whole nother man-made hypothesis about this shit, because it ain't an educated guess. It ain't a scientific hypothesis. It's different. Now, because you said that earlier on, Dondada counters by defining black as a noun, and because we're dealing with a people. Remember, a noun, person, place, or thing. So we're not talking about a thing. We're not talking about a place. We're talking about a person. So now he defines black, and now you just sent us on a wild goose chase. You used two adjectives, then you got off the word, went to another word, and then you came back to blackamoor. And the whole time I'm like, bro, it wasn't no blackamoors. It wasn't no Negroes coming through the Bering Strait, as you argued in the beginning at your introduction. So how in the fuck are they surviving the cold ass weather with one of them belts with the leaves in the front of it, with no shirt on, and a goddamn bow and arrow, with no shoes in the fucking snow? How? With the sun out, and you saying they getting all this sunshine and they skin black? How? Bro, they were killing animals and using the animal clothing to keep them warm. Go look at what the fuck the Eskimos are wearing, bro. Go look in Siberia, northern Siberia, in them coldest places, and see what they're wearing. They're bundled up in animal skin clothing to protect themselves. They have a particular diet that they have to eat because they can't get the nutrients from the sun, so they eat the hell out of fucking fish. And you trying to convince me that black women and men came around the Bering Strait into the Americas in thongs, high heels, and swimming trunks. Shaking their ass with a drum. It's all right, let me let him go. My bad. I'm tripping. I'm tripping.
More. True of a black complexion, a Negro. These words are descriptors for skin color, not ancestry and historical context. We can't use terms used in 2026 and reference them to things that happened in the 16th and 1700s. We have to line it up. So if I'm talking about history that happened in the 1700s, I'm gonna use a 1700 dictionary to see what these people are talking about. So those are the terms and conditions. When we talk about black people being indigenous to the Americas, referring to dark skin, not ancestry. And this is all sources, primary sources. Now let's get to the debate.
Yeah. So I'll start off by actually presenting the first time, right, the Negro was used referencing black people with the actual primary source. The first time it was used referencing Africans, right? They met with Trent in the West Indies and determined to hold consortship hitherward, but in their passage lost one the other. He brought not anything but 20 odd Negroes, which the governor and captain ended up buying for food, right? 20 odd Negroes. So we already know what they was referring to these people by the 17th century of Negroes as, right? And this is going to be John Ross. Let me put these shorts, y'all. This is going to be in John Ross, the Record of Virginia Company in London, right? And it's going to be in the Encyclopedia of Virginia. The first time it is mentioned, this is going to be in 1620, right? So we already went over the predecession of how these terminologies come about with black, and just wanted to do that one while I was actually just ironically looking at it. So yeah, I'll get into the genetics, right? The irrefutable science with this about the genetic record of, once again, the indigenous people and who these people are. But I just wanted to confirm that, you know, once again, we're talking about people. We're not talking about descriptors. We're talking about a noun again, right? So when we're talking about the peoples, the indigenous of Americas, is really among the clearest, well-documented and repeatedly replicated findings in all the populating genetics, right? So Native Americans, maternal lines is going to be their mcDNA, which is inherited through your mother, is fall overwhelming into haplogroups A2, B2, C1, D1, and even an X2A, all of which are shared with traceable ancestry, to East Asia and Siberian populations. All right, the paternal, let me go ahead and pop this over for y'all so y'all can see this too.
And not to interrupt, so it's just like the first round. We got a timer. What's going on?
Yeah, you got a timer on?
All right, so can you tell everybody what you're starting off with, and since it's the first round?
Yeah, okay, so in this part, like, I'll present my evidence right here. I'll give my examples, and I'll give you all the reason behind my position, the evidence that I have went over that makes me come to the conclusion that black people are not indigenous to America, understanding that we now have the comprehension of the definition of what it means to be black as far as a racial group that was created in the 18th century, right? I've already established what my core argument is going to be, so now I would just construct pretty much the body of my arguments. And this is actually where you should pay attention to, because this is what you're going to want to cross-examinate in the next round. All right, so yeah, just so we clear, I'm going to present my evidence, the data and the examples behind that, and yeah, pretty much just substantiate my claim. So yeah, this is pretty much, I'll probably do, not going to even hold you, I'll probably do like, since it's 10-10, I'll probably do like 15-5 and yield my next on the cross-examination. Because that'll just be where I'll just question your evidence. or lack thereof. We clear? You hear me? Okay. We there? All right, there we good. So yeah, I was referring to the DNA, right? A, B, C, and X. This shares traceable ancestry to East Asia, right? Which is confirmed with these first colonizers who come over into the Americas, right? And reference them looking like, with their resemblance, is Orientals. What is an Oriental, right? Orient, particularly those from the farthest Cenarian regions. Well, if you don't know what these terms mean, they have it very low at the bottom. I don't know if I'll be able to blow this up for y'all. Where it says right here, Cenarian, y'all got to see this. Cenarian is Chinese.
Let me pause real quick. So what I've learned is, and I don't even know if Dundada's in the chat, but what I've learned is somebody is sharing the sources that I be posting. And somebody be paying attention to the shit I be showing. Because this man went to the footnotes of a particular source that I know I shown on here a time and time again and killed it right then and there. So the moment that paperwork started to claim that the people that entered the Americas was black people, he made himself susceptible to the scrutiny of the actual evidence to show ancestry that would put him away. But Dundada didn't do that. He could have went to Jennifer Raff's work immediately and killed his whole claim in his introduction, and then followed it with the DNA and just ended the debate in the first conversation. I don't know what the fuck was going on for 30 minutes or whatever we was doing, but let's go.
Let me see if I can blow that up for y'all, yeah. Cenarian is Chinese, right? So it's referencing the phenotype of them looking like they're the ones they have common ancestors with. Right, referring to their primary source of indigeneity, right? When I was talking about Sir Thomas Browne, y'all can all go refer to that book right here. This is the primary source on that. All right. So that's just to give you some confirmation on the phenotype with the genetic evidence. Let me see here. I want to show you all this. These haplogroups. All right. Confirmation with that is even in the Yuyako mummies, pre-Columbian human remains found in America, right? The genetic evidence substantiates those same haplogroups, right? Where it says, genetic analysis can aid in approximating the geographic origins of these victims, right? For the 3 mummies found in northeastern Chile, hair samples were taken for DNA analysis. The Yuyako boy belonged to haplogroup C, right? So it's very easy to remember A, B, C, D, and X is going to be their maternal line, right? Had genetic matches in Peru, right? The younger Yuyako girl belonged to haplogroup D, right? It matched with individuals in Bolivia and Peru. So even when we're talking about these dark-skinned peoples, right, it's going to be mostly in South America, right? Biologically, right? When we can't escape through semantic drifts, right? We can't conflate these words with anything else. All of the pre-colonial remains take us back to these people's origins, right? With these haplogroups that confirm the migration in the literal haplogroup migration map that confirms humans evolved out of Africa 200,000 years ago, the cradle of humanity, migrate out of Africa approximately 70,000 years ago, along the equatorial line. They populated India, the Southeast Islands, and Oceania, right? 50,000 years ago, this is the successful migration into Americas. 25,000 years ago, they crossed over Beringia, and this is all substantiated with DNA. This is the DNA haplogroup map. And this is the Clovis, the earliest peoples in Americas, all the way down to the bottom of the map. Right? This is confirmed by science, by genetics, by DNA, right? We're not conflating any misinterpretations here. And just so you know, just we get confirmation that on that origins, right? That's substantiated by archaeology, right? By human remains, right? If we look over here, we can go to the Homo sapiens, right? We're talking about Homo sapiens, right? Let's go to the oldest one in Africa. Is 300,000 years ago. This is showing the origins, right? Right here, if you look at early hominids with the Heidelbergensis, which we have a common ancestor with Denisovans, right? And Neanderthals. This is Homo sapiens, though. It shows the oldest ones in East Africa. So it shows the migration out. The haplogroups confirm it. The DNA of the people in America prior to colonialism confirm it. The earliest colonizers in America confirm it. And like even outside of phenotype, right? Because phenotype, they're going to be able to just say people are black, right? And conflate the Australians with being black, the Negritos with being black, the Melanesians, all of these people with being black. When they can't get over this hair flowing, right? That hair is going to be a pivotal part of the conversation, right? When we talk about these pre-colonial remains, this is the hair, right? You can't get over this. This is the Uyako mummies, right? The same DNA that's found right here, this ABCDNX. Right? And we need to go over several of these sources. Columbus journals, right? Their hair is not curly, but flowing and thick like horse hair, right? Once again, the voyage of Christopher Columbus. His hair was very long, gathered up at the back of his head. Check this out. His face was all blackened with charcoal, right? This is horse hair, y'all. Y'all are not born with this. Y'all are not born with this. Right, these are going to be the first. This is going to be the first person to colonize in America. It's Pedro Menendez de Avilés. Right, this is what he told these people: "You or whoever you empower may transport to the said coast and country of Florida 500 Negro slaves. Do we not go to Negro and say that it means sub-Saharan African? That's what." And then they said these words are synonymous. Literally, Negro, black, colored, synonymous with African descent, sub-Saharan African descent. At least 1/3 of whom shall be females. They wanted the ladies. Free of any duty which may belong to us, from who you may be registered to the said coast and country. This is Pedro de Avilés. These are the first people established and colonies in Florida. And this is the 16th century. This is a primary, literally. Right? Even when we talk about all the documentation, it's referencing Negroes, right? Allowing subjects for Great Britain to import Negroes to Spanish America. Y'all understand, we're talking about the 17th century. We're talking about 1700s here, y'all. We have all the documentation we needed that is confirmed with this shit. The Bight of Benin, right? The slave coast, the king of the Dahomey. This is where they're getting this from. This is another 18th century map. He's like, we got to tighten up. We even go to some more descriptions. The form, this is on the land of Pennsylvania right here. The journey into Pennsylvania. They're talking about these people too. The form of their bodies is not different from ours, except they look dark yellow, which is however they're not their natural color, for they besmear and stain themselves. But by their birth, they are born as white. Make sure y'all can see that. As white as we are. Both men and women have long, smooth hair on their heads. We don't have long, smooth hair. We have kinky hair. All right, we have kinky hair. I don't want to search for that one, but yeah. This is like the confirmation of what indigenous is and black is by genetics, right? Not a single founding haplogroup of the indigenous peoples of America, right? The A2, B2, C1, D1, X2, or the Q has any origins in sub-Saharan Africa, which is synonymous, interchangeable, equal to black. They trace to Northeast Asia and Siberia. Oh, I got to go over this too, or you got to flate it. So I showed y'all that migration map, right? I want y'all to see something that's about to get conflated right here, because I got to do this Eminem 8 Mile shit, right? Because we already know what these people are finna do. They're finna conflate the Athabascan or the Austro-Melanesian people with being black and coming to the Americas. So we got right here in this study what this is due to right here. And they can show you that the Malta people, right, approximately, this is going to be around 24,000 years ago in East Asia. All right. And the Athabascan people. And this is right here where these people merge in. So if we're talking about, once again, pay attention to those numbers, 75,000 years ago, these people migrate out. It's 50,000 years ago, these people have been in a proximity to each other in East Asia, right? Before going through a bottleneck in the Aleutian Islands and Beringia and settling in the Americas. Right here, we get to the gist of it, so we don't have to read this whole study. Additionally, we see a weak signal related to Australo-Melanesians in some Native Americans, which may have been mediated through East Asians. Right? We see weak signal related to Melanesians, some Native Americans, which may have been mediated through East Asians. All right. So when we get to establishing these terms, once again, what black is and what indigenous is, per the definition, per the etymology, per the people who coined this word, per the UN, right, of people who have pre-colonial, right. Pay attention. I just showed y'all the Yanomami people, right? The Yuyako children. These are pre-colonial people with genetic remains attaching to subplates from East Africa. Every time we look into these primary sources, it's the same thing. It's not one distinction. All right, let me just load up real quick. All right, so when we go to the Columbus sources, oh yeah, let me do that too. Actually. If we want to go to any of these primary sources, right, what Columbus is saying when he's referencing these people, right, we got, y'all can screenshot this, please do, because I got it summarized for y'all, right? Bartolomé Zealous Casas, we got the primary source, Christopher Columbus Journal of the First Voyage, right here. This is in quote, and this is going to be on page 37 and 38. They are very well made, with handsome bodies and very good countenances. Their hair is short and coarse, almost like the hairs of a horse's tail. I think we showed you the horse's tail already, right? And they paint themselves black, but are the color of the Canarians, neither black nor white. So in order to understand this, y'all got to understand the Canarians are North Africans, right? It's an island off of West Africa. Once again, associated with that tawny and swarthy. That is not black. All right, I'll go to another quote from Columbus. This is the letter to Rafael Sanchez and Luis de Santiago in 1493. And this is another part that I wanted to point out in this debate. It's also, we already talked about it, due to the latitude, right, of UV proximity. So we go right here to the latitude. This is approximately 20 degrees north latitude, right? This is going to be in Gilder Lehrman. In the paragraph, inhabitants appears, I found among them no monsters, as very many expected, but men of great difference and kind. Not are they black like Ethiopians, nor are they black like Ethiopians, not are they black like Ethiopians, but they have, again, long, straight hair. They do not dwell where the rays of the sun have the most power. And although the heat is very great there in this region, once again, at 26 degrees distant of the equatorial line, even Columbus and them knew this. But not are they black, not Ethiopians. They have straight hair hanging down. They do not remain where the solar, in every translation is saying the same thing, right? Amerigo Vespucci, right? They too have plentiful, plentiful and black, hold on, I thought it was here. Oh, sorry. Let me start from the top. They have square-built bodies, well-proportioned in coloring version upon reddish. And this is why I say when we go into the origins of this with Frederick Blumenbach and Carl Linnaeus, the first timers was not the first shit was not fucking black and white. It was referring to the Native Americans as copper colored. We can go into these sources and see that was referring to Once again, talking about these definitions, copper refers to a metal of pale red color tinged with yellow. We understand that that is pheomelanin, right? That's pheomelanin. That is not what black is. If black is sub-Saharan African descent, then we got to make that synonymous with people in that region, right? We have eumelanin, which is dark to brown, not yellow and red, which is what copper is, which is what red is, what they were using to refer to these people, right? Have to mention Lusia just in case we have to conflate there. When we talk about these Native American, these American founding haplogroups, right? The A2, B2C1, which are also frequent in Asia, which confirms the migration route, right? And we can get into all of these, the Lusia archaeological reconstructions as having to be retracted and revised, but from pseudoscientific terminologies. With Negroid and terms like that, which do not mean black. But
yeah, not to cut you off, but you going way over 10 minutes, man.
All right, I guess. Go ahead.
All right. First thing I want to say is when we doing this debate, can we like stick to one thing? So if we doing genetics, let's do genetics. If we go do history and descriptions, let's do descriptions and so on.
Hold time out. See, once again, here you go again. You're in the middle of a debate and you trying to change the way this dude decided to present his shit in his round. This is his round. He making his argument. He can't satisfy you just because you can't do what he's doing. He's organized. You're disorganized. No, enough of that bullshit, bro. Enough of that bull. Yo, Real, where you at from the phone? Real from the phone. Get your phones up. Tell me how this dude making rules in the middle of debate, bro. How? How is he making rules in the middle of debate? Explain that to me. Explain that to me. This supposed to already be done. What we doing? This supposed to already be done, bro. You agreed to the debate. You didn't agree to a debate where you gonna tell this Negro how to argue. Right. Let me hit the button.
And so forth. And another thing, can you actually cite the sources? Like when you show your source, tell us who wrote it, the website.
You ain't cited a source yet. The only source you cited was because you wanted to give us the goddamn dictionary, dude. You ain't gave us no study. This whole land bridge shit you came up with, talking about niggas crossing the fucking Bering Strait. What the fuck is that source at? You mentioned anthropologists saying certain things about the people, and we don't know what anthropologists said what. We just know you used the motherfucking phrase. So we still trying to figure that shit out, bro. And now you asking this man to do all of this is crazy work. It's crazy work because there's nowhere else that shit happening like that, bro. Why is you doing that? That's disingenuous, bro. I'm gonna let you go ahead crying.
The name of the study, so on and so forth. Besides that, there's a few things you said, and I want to make sure that I clarify these things. You said that the people in the Amazon have a distinct DNA that points to the Americas, right?
No.
All right, keep coming.
No, I don't remember what I said verbatim.
You were referencing the you said these people are on the equatorial line, they dark and they have a distinct DNA that's only found
I didn't say
within.
no, not DNA. Not DNA. I know I didn't say DNA.
Well, what you say there?
But may have been an adaptation to that region.
Okay, all right. Adaptation to the region. Let's say that. Another thing you said was the first American colonizers was the Clovis people. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
What did you say?
When I refer to the Clovis as colonizers.
Well, you said the first people to colonize the Americas. Well, maybe you didn't say that. That's what I heard. But the first people to come to the Americas, to give rise to the Americas, will be the Clovis culture, right?
I said that one of the earliest Paleo-Indian groups to arrive from Northeast Asia across the bridge into America. Approximately.
Okay, and I heard you mention Malta Boy was one of the ancestors for modern-day Native Americans, and the haplogroups of modern-day Native Americans on the maternal side, A, B, C, D, and X, specifically A2. I forgot the other one you said, but I know X2A, and you said D1 to be specific.
Why are you asking him questions?
All right, A2, B2, there we go, B2. All right, C1. All right, man, so we got A2, C1, B2, X2A, and D1. Cool. Let me know when you're ready.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I'm done. I've been guilty my time.
All right, cool. Okay, let's start with some genetic evidence. Let's see. Okay, so we all know that modern-day Native Americans descend from Clovis descended, dating back to roughly around 12 to 13,000 years ago, right?
Whoa.
Put a one in the chat if that's the common consensus.
Whoa.
I mean, that's kind of... Okay, let's start with some genetic evidence. Let's see. Okay, so we all know that modern-day Native Americans descend from Clovis descended, dating back to roughly around 12 to 13,000 years ago, right? Put a one in the chat if that's the common consensus. I mean, that's kind of what he just went over, 12, 13,000 years. So this genetic structure, it has a time frame of 12,600 years. 12,600 years is the oldest date that modern-day Native Americans go back to.
All right.
All right, so let's get into some... I know my screen, but I'm pulling it up right now. All right, so let's get into some genetic studies. So the first source I'm going to pull up, y'all, is from Texas A&M University. Y'all see source right there, EDU. This first study is going to, it's going to shatter the whole thing. So we know that modern day Native Americans go back to a...
Oh, shit. Hold on.
Y'all keep tapping that screen,
Damn. I hit the wrong button.
This is going to be 24,000 years ago in East Asia. All right.
I went too far.
In that 12,000-year-old Clovis culture, where from Harvard University, Native Americans go back to. All right, so let's get into some. I know my screen, but I'm pulling it up right now. All right, so let's get into some genetic studies. So the first source I'm going to pull up, y'all, is from Texas A&M University. Y'all see source right there, EDU. This first study is going to it's going to shatter the whole thing. So we know that modern day Native Americans go back to a 12,600-year-old skeleton. But when we look at actual other studies confirm first Americans came before Clovis. So that stops it right there. A team of
Pause. First of all, the Clovis first model was refuted by the use of genetics and archaeological evidence. Jennifer Raff published the whole book on origin regarding who the peoples were. So you were trying to pin him down to the Clovis first model so that you could exercise what you're doing right now. He didn't never claim a Clovis first model. So why would you try to tie Dundada down to a Clovis first model so that you can argue for the Paleo Indians, which predate the Clovis? Because that's the only thing that's going to show that who the first Americans were Paleo Indians. So while you're running around here and doing all of the dumb, right? You're not helping yourself. This is a situation where you're not helping yourself. You're helping someone against you. Because he never claimed the Clovis first model. At all. And should never claim the Clovis first model. That's been refuted and debunked, and that's the reason why we're confident about who these first peoples are. You gotta know better than that to even try to jump out there like that, especially when you're the person crying in the middle of the debate and claim that Negroes crossed the Bering Strait into the Americas and was dark skinned. How? With no. What kind of clothes was they wearing? So how do you know their skin remained dark? Show me a dark-skinned Eskimo. I don't care nothing about Peter Wright shit. That don't even mean nothing because people be misrepresenting what Peter Wright's saying. And he having a whole nother discussion about a group of people that he ain't even trying to relate Negroes to. He know for a fact that Negroes ain't no Melanesian people and Negroes ain't this, that, or the third. So I don't even know why they even trying to play their game. I'm not allowing nobody to play that game. I'm just trying to understand why he being pseudo right now. That's it. Somebody got to explain to me why he being pseudo. But anyway, let me let him go.
National researchers has found that the modern day humans that entered North America from a single migration wave no later than 23,000 years ago. So let's scroll down. Okay, right here. The genetic evidence shows that the first Native Americans came from one population that arrived 15,000 years ago to 16,000 years ago, and then split into two different branches around 13,000 years. That's the common consensus, right? So now we got to think. One group that is dating back to 30,000 to 23,000 years old, and we got another group that's dating back from 10,000 to 13,000 years old. So now we have to look into the genetic evidence and see, is it one people? Is it two people? Let's look at the genetic structure. Let's look at the anthropology. Let's look at
Pause. So this is what I meant earlier by Dundada should have already laid the groundwork to end the conversation in his first round, because everyone knows that there were two migrations into the Americas. You had a North Native American route and you had a South Native American route. These two distinct groups, which were populate are descendants of a people who come from Eastern Asia and Siberia and northeastern Siberia that made it. Those people that made it and then created a people coming across, they split. One group went this route, the other group went this route. This is why we see continuity in the genetic structures of those people. The group that he mentioned that went into Brazil and isolated themselves from another developed a distinct haplogroup for that particular region because they were no longer mixing with the other groups which populated North America and populated Central and South America. They were different groups of people. If you look at the map, the genetic map, the haplogroup map, that's showing you how this shit flows in. This is what their argument's about. Remember, the basis and the premise that we began this whole shit on, paperwork just hijacked the goddamn Native American and the Paleo Indians migrations into the Americas. So you got to deal with all of those emphasis. I mean, with all of those things coming around the corner. So now that we having a scientific discussion, we relying heavily on the scientific evidence in which we can prove. And the shit for which we can prove will show two routes. These people are Paleo Indians. These are the same people who are the ancestors of the Native Americans. They are the same people who would predate the Clovis people. The Clovis culture comes after the Paleo introduction. It is still the same group of people. Why would you use it? They're genetically tied to one another.
All that. So the first source I'm going to pull up is right here. It's from Harvard University. It is written by Dr. David Wright. He's known for the what's the name? He worked with anthropologists and do the DNA on these bones, right? So let's see what this is. This is the genetic evidence for two founding populations of the Americas. Genetic studies have consistently indicated a single common origin of Native American groups from Central and South America. However, some of the morphological studies have suggested a more complex picture whereby the Northeast Asian affinities of present-day Native Americans. So I want to stop right there. The Northeast Asian affinities. In your sources you brought up, you said that the modern-day Native Americans have Northeast Asian affinities. So that would kind of line up to what you were saying.
See,
what about the Northeast Asian affinities of
prove it when the conversation is about the evidence we have. The abos are in trouble because look at what he's doing, relying directly on what we have evidence for to fight his fight. The problem is that he tried to make these motherfuckers Negroes in his introduction, and now he is in a world of trouble because he can't get himself out of this situation that he put himself in this debate. And it's just that simple. It's that simple. Period, point blank. Period, point blank. Can't get around it. And ain't nobody letting them get around it.
Present-day Native Americans. Contrast with a distinctive morphology seen in some of the earliest American skeletons, which share traits with present-day Australians, Melanesians, and island Southeast Asians. So I want to stop right there. So I asked you this before I went into it. You said that the people in the Amazon, they connect back to the Americas and the Americas only. But when we look at the genetic evidence, it tells a completely different story about the Amazon natives, and that's what we're about to get into here.
He didn't say that. It's not what he said, and the DNA evidence is not going to allow him to say that. Those people in the Amazon that you keep referring back to are people from the same groups of people that isolated themselves later on. I don't know how many times that we gotta fucking say this, but you need to comprehend that those people are descendants of the Paleo Indians that are in the Amazon. They've been isolated for a long ass time. Columbus and them didn't find some of these people. Some of these people wasn't found until 1980. in the Amazon. It's a whole documentary. I did a whole, hold on. I showed y'all this shit before, Will Smith on there. That's why I showed the Will Smith shit. Because it eliminates all the confusion when that man told y'all that his people that he was a kid when they made first contact with them Europeans. So I don't understand how we are at a point to where this is going the way that it is going for people. Like, we gotta move forward. We stuck. I don't know why we stuck, but we stuck.
Here we analyze a genome-wide data that shows some of the Amazon Native Americans descend partially from Native American groups. So partially, so that means some of their DNA match with the modern day Native Americans. Let's see where the other DNA come from. They carry ancestry related to indigenous Australians, New Guineans, and Andaman Islanders than to any present day Eurasian or Native American. So they have this signature that's
Are you New Guinean? Are you Papua New Guinean? Are you Indigenous Australian? Are you Andaman Island? The answer to all three of those is no. You're none of the above. You're none of the above. And because you're none of the above, you telling me this or even bringing this up is not helping you in this debate because you don't know what the F you're talking about, sir. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't. You just try to make yourself Andaman Island, Papua New Guinean, Australasian, and that ain't who you is. Give it up. Yeah, I give it up, bro. Yeah, stop.
not present in Native Americans, Eurasians, or Native Americans. Now let's go deeper, y'all. Remember what we just went over. This signature is not present to the same extent. Damn, I should tweak it. Y'all can hear me? Put a one in the chat, y'all can hear me. They say reconnected on his side. You there? It keeps saying reconnecting. You good?
Yeah, I'm listening.
All right, bet. That's any present day Native American. So now we're gonna go into here. It says this signature is not present to the same extent or in all in present Northern and Central Americans or in a 12,600-year-old associated genome. What we see right here, y'all? Clovis. So they saying that this genetic signature is not present in that 12,000-year-old Clovis culture where all modern day Native Americans come from, right? Suggesting a more diverse set of founding populations in the Americas than previously accepted. So you have populations that's dating back to 23,000 years, and you got one that's dating back to just 12,000 years. And this 12,000 years are modern day Native Americans. Modern day Native Americans. These are two distinct people. So let's keep going.
Hold on. The people that you're talking about, that you're trying to separate, you just actually said that they have a Native American, that they're admixed with people from Australasian region and the indigenous Native Americans over there. They're an isolated group. They're mixed. That's not a problem. That's not showing two distinct groups of people. They're mixed. They're mixed. So how the fuck is this one group got anything to do with the motherfuckers who crossed the Bering Strait? You ain't tying this shit together. You just sending us on a fucking rabbit hole. And you're trying to insinuate certain shit. So hell yeah, when people said that you was cherry picking information, that's exactly what you're doing. But because you have such a poor research methodology that you're unintentionally reading shit that is helping your opponent defeat you, you dumbass.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so Northern American and Arctic groups also traced each other apart their ancestry to more recent waves of migration.
See, this is what happened when you Google yourself into a debate or into a conversation and then you don't prepare for the debate. So you try to find some shit that would justify your bias, your bias research. And then when you ultimately end up reading the shit don't align or agree with your position. So now you look stupid in the middle of a goddamn debate with a lot of people and you're reading this shit and it's hitting different because you keep seeing Native American founding population. I'm looking dead at it. It's right there with a little red is right there on your screen. It says Native American founding population, carry ancestry, blah, 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 blah. So it's telling you the people from the region in which you just tried to argue and say are a separate group of people were a founding population of a Native American group that admixed with these other people. So now you got to show those other people coming here from the Ottoman Islands, etc., and then admixing with the Native American people. But that still don't make them the Clovis people because the Clovis shit is a culture that is established after the Paleo Indians. And you're trying to say that he argued that the Paleo Indians was first, and he never said such a damn thing. So now you got us in the goddamn pseudo blender with you.
So the Northern Native American traces its ancestry to more recent wave of migration. Ancient genomic evidence has showed the first Alcoa American ancestor is present in an individual with the Clovis technology in North America dating back to, there we go, we keep going back to that date, 12,000 years old, right? And the mitochondrial DNA have suggested that it was also present in 13,000, not the 23,000. So let's see what they say about some of the earliest American skeletons. In contrast, some of the morphological analysis of the earliest American skeletons, right? Let's go back. In contrast, some of the morphological analysis of the earliest American skeletons in the Americas have suggested the characteristics of the Paleocene and early Holocene skeletons fall outside the variation of present-day Native Americans. So the earliest American skeletons fall outside the variation of present-day Native Americans because we know the Native Americans, they possess these Asiatic-like features. So when they did the test, what do it fall into? Instead, fall within the variation of present-day indigenous Australians, Melanesians, so-called Negrito groups from Southeast Asia, and some sub-Saharan African groups.
This nigga don't know what he reads.
So here we have scientists that state in two distinct populations based off of genetics and based off of morphological analysis. So we're going to go on to the next source.
No. You didn't understand what you just tried to summarize some shit you didn't understand. That article clearly told you that there was a Northern Native American founding population and a Southern Native American founding population, and you didn't know that. And then when you tried to go with the Amazon trickership, you fucked up and then got them mixing with some motherfuckers that you don't know nothing about. Because now you done brought up other groups of people into some shit you can't even justify. And that's part of the problem. Your research methodology is faulty. You did biased research. Biasly. You did biased research. And then over there cherry picking, trying to put some shit together for a debate because you thought you had the subject in the rap, because you was gonna claim all the shit that science got evidence for, and then flip it and then put they came over here black on that shit. And you ain't explained to me, you ain't explained to nobody how a black person gonna go across all that water and shit. I mean, all that ice, all that snow, and was gonna survive all of that with no clothes on, getting some sunshine, knowing damn well those people's diets. Hold on, let me do this. Let's go to Google, right? Let's just keep it basic. Type in, what is the diet of an Eskimo? Watch what it tell you what a diet of an Eskimo is. Or you could put it the Inuit. The traditional Inuit or Eskimo diet, right, is going to tell you. It's going to take the mysticism out of it. That's why I said look it up. The carnivorous diet of traditional Eskimo inhabitants of the frozen northern circumpolar regions of the planet, which would be Siberia, Alaska, Canada, and Greenland, serves as a testament to the strength and adaptability of the human species. These foods consumed by these hardy people are in polar opposition to those recommended by the McDougall diet, or starches, vegetables, and fruits, a carnivorous or herbivore diet, etc. Unfortunately, misinformation surrounding all meat diet of the Eskimo has promoted dangerous eating habits to the modern day general public. For more than 6,000 years, natives of the frozen north have lived in almost no contact with the rest of the world, not until the 1800s, where reliable records made of daily lives, their diets, and their health. Early reports describe these people beautiful and athletic. They were young, but they had aged quickly, and men and women who appear to be over 60 were rare. Rumors, blah, 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 yada, 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 yada. So here we go with the diet. Researchers published in the mid-70s try to explain this Eskimo paradox. Okay? The Eskimo paradox. Of living healthy and very few plants or high fat, high cholesterol, no dietary fiber diet. The omega-3 fish fats were noted as a miracle ingredient providing protection. Dietetic and medical experts have uncritically accepted this theory in the face of the libraries filled with incriminating evidence to the contrary. They tell patients to eat more fish, poultry, and red meat like the Eskimos, and plenty of fish oils in order to stay healthy. So what's the real? What's the 411 like Mary say? What's the 411? Pushing the nutritional envelope, 100 animals including birds, caribou, seals, walrus, polar bears, whales, and fish provided all the nutrition for the Eskimos for at least 10 months out of the year. And in the summer seasons, people gathered a few plants such as berries, grasses, tubers, roots, stems, and seaweeds. Frozen snow-covered lands were unfit for cultivation of plants. Animal flesh was, by necessity, the only food available most of the time. The fat, not the protein from the animal, provides most of 3,100 calories required daily for these active people. Plants are the primary source of all the carbohydrates, including digestible sugars and non-digestible dietary fibers. Eating raw meat indirectly provided Eskimos with enough carbohydrates in the form of glycogen found in the muscles and the liver of the animals to meet the necessary nutrient requirements and keep them out of starvation conditions called ketosis. Muscle tissue contains almost no calcium, and as a result of the daily intake was about 120 milligrams a day versus 800 milligrams, and more commonly recommended for good health. Plants, not people, synthesize vitamin C, yet Eskimos was able to avoid scurvy with 30 milligrams of vitamin C consumed daily in the land and sea animals. Fat, proteins, carbs. There is no Eskimo paradox. Just so y'all know. They eat what the hell they eat. But they will eat high fatty acids and shit. A lot of fish. But anyway, so you finna tell me, right, that these people, hold up. Oh, Eskimos suffer from severe bone loss because they have low calcium diets and lack of sunshine. You remember that you told me, right? Let me put it on the screen. You remember at the beginning of your debate paperwork, you said the niggas came across the Bering Strait and they were black. And they was black because they was absorbing the sun. That's what you said. You said they was black and they was absorbing sun. So they wasn't wearing no clothes. They were just out there sunbeaming. Looking like the white people do at the beach. Trying to tan themselves. That's what you said. But right here it says, their low calcium diet and lack of sunshine, vitamin D, are only minor factors contributing to the extensive osteoporosis found in recent and ancient Eskimos. I just said that Eskimos suffer from severe bone loss. Why are they suffering from bone loss? If they were initially black people that crossed the strait before their skin lightened up, as you said, why these motherfuckers losing bones, bruh? Why they ain't getting that vitamin D from the sun? You said that it was sun out when they crossed the Bering Strait. That's what you said. Now the science is saying there's a lack of sun. What's up, Big Ant? He said, I feel embarrassed for the Wabo. That man has said at the beginning of this debate that the Negroes crossed the Bering Strait. And here it is. Science is not on his side. Again.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me know if I'm running out of time, y'all.
I think your problem is you trying to get high and debate, and you fucking your whole.
Okay, here go another source from another scientist. The cranial morphology of the early American skeletons from Lago Santo, Brazil. Implications for the new settlement of the New World.
This don't help you either. You're using cranial morphology of the early Americas from Lago Santa. Are you aware that the Lago Santa people are descendants of the Paleo Indians? This is substantiated by straight sources. And I see why you tried to do this, because now you're using Walter Nevis' outdated information to make your argument for something, and that ain't gonna help you either. It's not gonna help you. You're not gonna be able to do all the crazy shit that you was doing prior. Not having it, bro. We're not letting that shit go the way you want to make it go, bro. And that's crazy work that you sitting here and you literally are trying, not trying, but you literally is over here making a mockery out of this. It's just poor. It's poor, bro. I'm sorry. I hate to say it to you. Real from the folk got me in this shit. First, you did all that crying, and then when you went to the information, as it pertains to the information, you had absolutely nothing. You're giving us nothing. And it's a long ass shit. 3 hours of this.
It says comparative morphological studies of the earliest American skeletons of the New World have shown that whereas the late prehistoric, recent, and present Native Americans tend to exhibit a cranial morphology similar to modern Northern Asians, short and wide neocrania, high orthogonic and broad faces, and relatively high and narrow orbits and nose. The earliest South Americans tend to have more similar to present Australians, Melanesians, and Sub-Saharan Africans, narrow and long neocrania, low faces, and relatively low, broad orbit noses. However, most of their previous studies of the early American human remains were based on small cranial samples. Here, we compared the large samples of early American skeletons ever studied, 81 skulls from Logo Santa, with the worldwide data sets representing a global morphological variation in humans through 3 different multivariate analysis. The results obtained from the multivariate analysis confirm a close morphological affinity between South American Paleo Indians and the Austro-Melanesian groups, supporting the hypothesis that 2 distinct biological populations could have colonized the New World in the Paleocene and Holocene transition. So this is an older study. The one I showed you in the beginning is a newer study. So this is still going on.
Bro,
let me pull up my other.
No, you can't say that. No, you're using Walter Nevis, bro. We see what you see, bro. We can look at the shit that you reading from, and then you trying to make it say some shit that you wanted to say, cause you on that type of time, bro. You disingenuous. But it's okay, you know what I'm saying? You're in the middle of a TikTok debate, and then you got people like Old Dog in the chat trying to make me come to TikTok. And this is why I ain't coming to TikTok. No full screen share. Cherry picking information. I ain't even read the shit that you're cherry picking. And then you trying to convince us that you're right when you ain't. You can't convince me. I'm not buying it. I don't believe you. You need more people.
The source. We just gonna stick strictly to genetics right now.
Not to interrupt, just while you pausing, I did give you a 15-minute timer, so.
All right, bet. Okay, so when we talk about these haplogroups, y'all, we gotta realize where these haplogroups.
I ain't stopped it, nigga. Stop this.
Oh shit! Specifically, when we talk about haplogroups, that's in the Americas, they descend from other haplogroups. So when we talk about haplogroup D, so on and so forth, it descends from the basal M lineage. So y'all know what the basal M lineage is. Basal M is connected to Southeast Asian population. So this study is the large-scale mitochondrial DNA analysis in Southeast Asia, reveals the evolutionary effects of cultural isolation and multi-ethnic populations in Myanmar. So when we talk about haplogroup M, which is the ancestor of a lot of these modern-day Native American groups, was found in prehistoric America. So this comes from Scientific Direct. Mitochondrial haplogroup M discovered in prehistoric North America, right? So haplogroup M comes from Southeast Asia, which is represented highly. Damn, I'm running out of time. It's highly represented amongst the Angi population, which would be Negrito groups of South.
That once again, bro. Listen, bro. Black people don't have the M haplo. Black Americans do not have this shit that you talking about, bro. They don't. They don't have this shit. People in America do not have that shit that you're kicking, bro. You ain't even took a DNA test. This is the perfect time for you to prove who you is. You in the middle of a debate and you trying to tell these people that you've been in this motherfucker. So the right place and time for you to pull your ace out would have been right here. Listen, I'm indigenous to America and I'm black. You see me, you know what I look like. I'm black. Boom, here go my DNA. But you know what? You can't do that. Because your haplogroups ain't gonna match none of this shit we talking about right now. You don't contain none of that shit, bro. You ain't even mixed. You ain't even biracial.
East Asia. And when we look at the studies, right, we find haplogroup M in the Americas. And when we look at haplogroup M, comes from the Andaman Islands and the Negrito people. And when we look at the studies, damn, I don't know if it's blurred. Hold on, let me wipe my shit off. My bad, y'all. This shit tweaking. But when we look at the studies, man, we see that the Angi DNA is represented from the Andaman Islands in these populations in the Americas. So the DNA is still there. And the haplogroups is found in ancient America.
Who the fuck in North America, the United States of America, is Negrito? They wouldn't be considered black. You dumbass. Listen, Dundada defined the term black in the fucking beginning of the debate. The Negritos wouldn't even be considered black to us. They would be considered what we would call the Australians, the Aborigines, the Andaman Islands, the Negritos. They're going to be from over in that region. They're not fucking here.
And one more thing I want to show that I'm a yield. When we talk about these indigenous American haplogroups, I have one myself, and I'm going to pull up my DNA for reference.
There we go. Here we go. He says, listen to him. He says that he has an indigenous American haplogroup, and he's going to pull up his DNA. This is where he lies.
To show what these people say about the DNA or the people. Give me 1 second.
Just show the goddamn DNA. Run around and just playing games.
Give me 1 second. I thought I was logged in. Let me log in real quick.
Yeah, you finna lie.
And that's my last thing I'm gonna show.
And give them all the time in the world. Watch you lie. I got $50 on the lie.
If I'm taking too long, we could just come back around.
Nah.
Let me know.
He better let you show this shit. He'll be a fool to interrupt your time just so he can go.
I'm logging in now.
Bro, it's like a
There's your timer, family. 15-minute timer.
All right, back. Go ahead. I just swing back around.
All right.
Oh, you let him get away. Oh, you let him get away. He was finna show you the L haplogroups. He was finna show you every African haplogroup, and you let him get away. You let this Negro get away. I don't even hear what the hell you gotta say, bro. I ain't even trying to hear nothing you gotta say, Dundada. Cause you's the fool that fell for the okie doke. The man was about to show his DNA. You could have fucking waited, bro. Now he ain't gonna show it.
All right, so now I'm on my crack screen, y'all. Y'all know all my information in this one, but this is the popular. Damn, what the fuck did it go? My bad. Hold on, let me go back.
See, he didn't show the DNA. Only your crazy ass was up here still trying to argue the point you already made, and we ain't got the DNA. Now I'm trying to skip ahead to see if we're gonna get the DNA.
They look like sub-Saharan Africans, which that would so-called be black. I mentioned in Africans, sub-Saharan Africans, Melanesian, or Negritos, which mean little black people. But let's keep going. Let me know when my timer up, y'all. Let me know when my timer up.
Y'all just keep going. Y'all got 82 rounds of this shit just back and forth, bro.
Okay, the next thing I'm gonna show y'all is the something called a PCA plot.
You did not let this dude show you his DNA, bro. He fucking DNA plots. This don't mean a goddamn thing to me, you, none of them. None of them, bro. None. It leaves him with the claim. You got so impatient and wanted to go so fucking bad, Dundada, that you couldn't let him just log in and show his DNA and let him show you the haplogroup. I don't even want to watch no more. I'm highly upset. Bro. Oh, man. You gotta let this motherfucker lie. You gotta let him. He finna put it on the screen and lie. You missed it. You missed it. You missed your moment.
Where's that bone, y'all? Let's clarify, make sure. So this is a man buried in Chile, South America, right?
Ain't got a goddamn thing to do with your black ass in North America. That's what I'm saying. You did not let the man show his DNA. I could tell. Cause the rest of this shit, y'all just talking in that TikTok shit, and I'm not even finna listen to all of this. You got maps showing over here. You let them dodge that. You let them dodge it, bro. You let them dodge it, bro.
Let's go back, y'all.
What do you think you're doing?
You let him dodge it, bro. Cause he getting loud and getting wrong. You let him dodge it. You should have lost the debate on that. I don't give a fuck what the vote was. I don't even care if you was, you know what I mean? I know you right. You should just lose the debate because you didn't let this motherfucker show you his DNA. Miss Brown says he has 87%. He has 87% African DNA. Someone saw his results. He showed it. You will see the haplogroup only. Nah, y'all saying he showed it real. What's the timestamp? Miss Brown said he showed somebody saw it. Y'all lying, bro. Stop lying, bro. Where he show the DNA at? I don't want to see nothing but the DNA, bro. I don't even care if he just showed the haplogroups. We know he got 87% DNA in him. He sound like one of them motherfucking lying ass niggas, bro. Took a DNA test trying to prove he wasn't motherfucking African.
That we are genetically different from so-called Africans today. We are genetically different. So when you say that all Black Americans have the E1B1A, descend from Africa, all Black Americans have the L3 haplogroup, descend from Africa,
that's not even fair to say. L3 popular. First of all, L3 is the mother of everyone outside of Africa. Everyone doesn't have the L3. The L3 is telling you is how I want to say this. L3 is the haplogroup responsible for out of Africa. No other haplogroup exists without L3. Period. Real, you see, he ain't show his DNA, bro. I ain't seeing it. I ain't seeing it, bro. You gotta timestamp it. It was in the 3rd round after Don Dada. Nah, bro. You think it is. You think it is, real? From the 4? You tripping. Real, you tripping, bro. How many? Hold on. You can't say after the 3rd round. We just heard about. We just heard about 50 rounds. Bro, we an hour into this debate. He ain't showed no DNA, bro. He ain't showed the DNA.
All right, so now I'm on my crack screen, y'all. Y'all know all my information in this one, but this is the popular. Damn, what the fuck did it go? My bad. Hold on, let me go back.
Type substantiated. I didn't see the primary source of substantiated. I didn't see Black people. I saw
your time up, bro. Your time up.
Is it? My alarm ain't went off. It's like I got another minute.
Yeah, to restart it because my timer going back to 4000 BCE, so around 8,000 years ago. The Mbuti, which will be the pygmy groups, the Khoisan, we got the Yoruba, we got the Embo, we got
is a person, place, or thing. People, persons, plural. All right? Peoples is person, plural. So when we're talking about Black people, we're talking about a noun.
Where's that bone, y'all? Let's clarify, make sure. So this is a man buried in Chile, South America, right? Let's scroll down. Let's see. He is not. That's the whole prove that Black people, Sub-Saharan Africans, or African people within America. Ancient individual in America, 8,000 years old. He has African DNA. What are we talking about? That's the whole debate, right? That's the ancient individual in America, 8,000 years old. Now you want me to show you so you can go look it up. But what I will show you again.
No, I don't.
Hold on, but what
you just said there was African DNA.
I will show you it's in Chile, right? I will show you it's in Chile. Look, y'all. Genetics. Genetics of this ancient individual. Hold on. This is the genetics of this ancient individual.
So he ain't showed his DNA yet. They arguing about his source that he ain't trying to really share. See, this ain't his DNA. This ain't his DNA at all. Real? From the 4? This ain't him. You feel me? That ain't him, homie. So he ain't showing no DNA. He ain't showing his DNA. He was showing a little buddy breakdown. Now they might have caught him on another live. Cause see, now he's still arguing up and down about this other motherfucker that ain't African or ain't even from America. And I ain't arguing with him. The debate is black people are not from fucking the Americas. He just showed you. Listen, he all right. Let me put y'all up on game real quick. Let me put y'all on game real quick. The man is arguing, and I skipped it because I'm not trying to hear this back and forth bullshit. The man is arguing about a motherfucker from Ottoman Islands, or that is a Negrito, or from Australia. That is not an American. That is not a black person. Black people don't see the Negritos, the Ottoman Islanders, or any the Papua New Guineans as black people in America. They weren't involved in the slave trade or slavery, and they ain't got no cultural continuity with us. We can't even communicate with them because they speak a whole nother fucking language, and they gonna have an accent so fucking thick and raw that we ain't even gonna make out what they trying to say. So when we talking about black in America, we have to define it. Dundada defined it. Then he went and argued it and used the genetics and every other avenue he did to put forth the effort. The problem is paperwork never defined it. He bounced around. He had no chronology. He was all over the place. And then he made the mistake of trying to make motherfuckers who crossed the Bering Strait black without ever defining it. And his point is that these black people were getting sunlight coming across the Bering Strait. After the last glacial maximum, Negroes was coming through the Bering Strait with their shirts off, wearing motherfucking feather loin hiders and sandals. That's what he's saying. Does he not realize that after the last glacial maximum, the temperatures never changed? The temperatures were still cold as hell. Negroes ain't outside getting no vitamin D. We just seen the source talking about the diet of the Eskimos and how they wasn't fucking getting, they got bone problems and shit because they ain't getting no fucking vitamin D from the sun. So they got to find an alternative to be able to override that. And they weren't living beyond 60 years old. It was rare to find a 60-year-old person. These are the things that go on when you're letting a motherfucker just sit here and talk you to death. And y'all want me to come to TikTok for this type of shit? Man, y'all crazy. Y'all is special crazy. Man, because I would have lost all my motherfucking brain cells the first day at TikTok land. I wouldn't even get to the little number where you could share your screen and start doing live streams. I would have been out of there already because I'm cussing a motherfucker plumb out. That man ain't showing his DNA, bro. That's gotta be him right there lying on his shit. See, he keep coming back to it. But that's the motherfucker in Chile.
Right? A man buried in Chile in the ancient South America era. We're gonna make sure y'all can see that it's the same one, right? Same date that he showed y'all, right? He'll show the same haplogroup that he showed y'all, and we're gonna show y'all the place, right? This how disingenuous this nigga is.
I put up the wrong one. I put up the South American. You said this was I got this one.
It's Chinchorroy 15. So if you type in DNA Genics on Google and then Chinchorroy 15, it'll come right up in the first one.
Yeah, I'm on the site.
But
even this dude did the same thing. Why you talking about? I was in the wrong source. The source I pulled up still said Native Americans in America prior to colonialism.
This says the analysis compares the DNA profile with present-day reference populations, showing what percentage of genetic makeup resembles modern populations.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, he ain't show that DNA real from the fold. He ain't show that DNA, bro. 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 14 seconds, bro. He ain't sure, bro. 132. Oh, right here. Okay. Hold on. Okay, I'm wrong. Let's see.
Are not a homogenous group of people in America. So we see that African DNA is in Americas, and I think people misrepresent these haplogroups when we talk about the Americas. So specifically,
this ain't this nigga. D1.
Haplogroup is D1, which would be considered the so-called Amerindian. It says you share ancient.
This ain't his DNA. This not his DNA.
Maternal lineage with Naya, a Paleo-American girl from the Yucatan, and she is one of the oldest bones that's found in the Americas. But when we look at the reference, right? Let's see what it says. From the bone samples, researchers have determined that she carried the maternal haplogroup.
This ain't his.
D1, a lineage that is still relatively common in Central and South America, despite the genetic similarities. However, they found Naya's features look more different.
No, hold up. Bruh. This ain't him. This ain't him. This would be a 23andMe type of shit. This not him. That's not his DNA. Yeah, that ain't him, bro. He pulled up some shit. That ain't him. Listen, based on the way that he was trying to even find this shit, bro. Let me pull my shit up. Hold on. That's not him, bro. Let me show y'all something. Hold up real quick. D1 haplogroup. We don't even know if there's paternal or maternal. We don't know what he's showing you niggas. If the picture was clear enough, I could screenshot it. And I can give you the where he got the image from. If let me see, I'm still trying to before I pull up the way that I'm trying to do it. Cause I don't want to show motherfuckers too much. All right, so I'm about to show y'all something. I'm about to show y'all something. That screenshot, whatever he had on the screen, he got from a Facebook post. Here's part of the Facebook shit. No, it's not. It's Naya. It's after the debate. There it is. Where my shit at? See? Paleo-American girl from the Yucatan, D1, Naya, Tim Archibald, 2016. You see this image? Now, I'm going to take you back. I'm going to pause it. Let me stop sharing. Let me reshare. Let me take you back here. If you look at the screen, if you look at the screen, this is why I hate TikTok, bro. You can't catch you gotta be real careful and quick. There you go. The same person name is right there where it says Naya and then it says Tim Archibald. It's a split that goes down right here. This is the same image, just so you know. So I'm showing you that image is coming out of 23andMe. It's coming out of 23andMe. They got the same image on Reddit where they line it up and then they tell the story next to it about Naya. That is not his DNA because that is not how it shows on there. But he has a split screen talking about D1 because all the shit that's below Naya's image, let me show y'all. Because y'all be doing this shit on TikTok where you can't get the whole image in there, so they get the screenshot shit. I told you it come from 23andMe. I told you. I just found the motherfucking shit. It come from 23andMe. Let me give you a clear version. What'll happen is, y'all on TikTok, y'all gonna screenshot this part, make it one side. Then you gonna screenshot this part, make it one side. So now you got all of this on this side, her image on this side, and the TikTok on this side. This shit come directly from 23andMe. And it's also on Reddit. And this is exactly what he showed you, and he tried to claim it. That's what I'm saying. He would show you his admixture and his haplogroups if it was the truth. Tandria says you sound, hold up, what? Foundational Black Americans are indigenous to America. No. Tandria, if you go on your leader's website, your leader says that foundational Black Americans are classified as 3 different groups of people according to the flag. One, he says, was people who arrived here around 1526. Where did those people come from? Those people were Africans. Then he says another one later on was the slave trade. Then he left the door open for indigenous people, but there's no black people in the Americas that's indigenous. You said someone is sounding. You said I sound like a because I'm telling the truth. The nigga lied. He took an image from Reddit, split copied it, and then showed it during the middle of a debate. And you're saying that someone lied? No, you disingenuous, stubborn, stupid female to come into the end of a show not knowing what the fuck is going on and start name calling or saying somebody hating. Who the fuck am I hating on? What you mean? No, you're not talking about the title. Because if you was talking about the title, your ass would understand that the title says Black people are not indigenous to America. The debate review. I ain't in my feelings. Trust me, I'm not in my feelings. I can say all of that with a straight face. Not in my feelings. You don't move me. You don't move me. There's nothing that you could do or your fearless leader can do to move me. I don't give a fuck about you. No feelings. I will cuss you out and go smile and have a happy day. You not ruining no sleep for me. So there's no feelings involved with you. Trust me. You just like some little that just got yaed out over there, and that's the end for you. I am not. Wrong person. That's why I cut my camera on. Wrong person. You need to learn what's going on before you not open your mouth, but use your fingers and type in the chat because you don't know what's going on. You just running that, you run your dick sucker. So you have to calm down, sweetheart, and you gotta ask what's going on. What is this about? It says right there, Black people are not indigenous to America. The debate review. And then you could have been like, okay, well, I believe that Black people are indigenous to America. And then I would look at you like you stupid. Like you looking stupid right now in the chat. You look stupid. Ain't nobody else saying nothing. They letting you type in the chat because they know you look stupid. Because you believe that Black people are indigenous to America with no evidence. Then you use the verbiage, right? The first thing that you said, foundational Black Americans are indigenous to America. Then you said you sound like a hater. You don't even know what the fuck. And then you come back around and say you was just talking about the title. So you don't even know what the fuck going on. You just got here. They let you type in the chat. They literally let you type in the chat because they knew you didn't know what the fuck you was talking about. You said it's just a natural look for me. I don't even know what you mean. You look like you better than most at it. I don't even know what that means. You and if anybody in their feelings is you, because you can't move me, sweetie. Don't confuse passion with nah. I'm gonna leave it at that. But as I was saying, the man took an image that you can find off Reddit from 23andMe and spliced the image. And then said that was his people. The problem is, it says you share an ancient maternal lineage with Naya, a Paleo-American from the Yucatan, right? And then it has Naya, and then it has Timothy Archibald 2016, but that's blurred. And then on the other side, it tells the story. Well, the actual real image on 23andMe shows the way that I just showed you, where it's the picture of Naya and then it's the story. It's not the other way around. So that's how I'm telling you that. And or I'm gonna make it one even better for you. I'm gonna make it even better for you. I'm gonna give you this. Just so y'all know that I don't play no games. Just so you know, I don't play no games with nobody. I'm gonna show you how much of a liar he is. You share an ancient maternal lineage with Naya, a Paleo-American girl from the Yucatan. On a tragic day, 12,000 years, there go the story, just like I showed you before in the up and down version. Look where it says, my family's 23andMe ancestry DNA results. I don't make up nothing. The shit's on Reddit that way. And look, if you click on it, guess what? To double down on it, 37.61% East Asian and Indigenous American, 56% European, 3.3% Sub-Saharan African. And they're talking about being related to Naya. Admixture. No games played. This person's whole DNA is right here. They ain't hiding nothing. Look at that. You want to run around here and talk about haplogroups? This motherfucker's showing the haplogroups. Nothing to hide. And this is the same person who showed you Naya. Boom. Just so you know. They stealing people's shit and putting it on the internet. All right, y'all can see none of this. Boom. There you go. I had to tab over. So here you go again. Here go this motherfucker's DNA results. Look. Picture and all on there. Look at that. They got their whole people shit on here, man. They ain't playing. They share all of this. Here go his DNA. What I was reading earlier. His father right there. Grandfather. Maternal grandfather right here. DNA. They got father and grandfather done. Mother. Look at mother. They got mama, daddy, and granddaddy. This dude ain't showing none of that. Because he lying. He got the shit already, bro. I told you they are Google and splice some shit to trick you. Y'all already caught him once with the other source in the back and forth. It's the same thing. Look at that. She said, "Good old Hector is not from here, sweetheart. You was uneducated. You just try to say this man ain't from here with his DNA being with his grandparents' DNA be 56%, 60% indigenous. What up, Khalil? You're a little slow." She said, "Go to the Amazon jungle, see how far you will come with this Native American clan." We don't need to go to the Amazon jungle. We already showed a video of people making first contact with the Amazonians, and they talked about when they met Europeans. And they're the same people that were there because the person that was just a kid when they first made contact was in the video talking to Will Smith. But see, that's just y'all not being educated enough to know that it's people out here that actually do that type of a research to sit there and get to the bottom of the deal. So we know that there wasn't no Negroes here. So how is black people here? Based on the title of the debate, you can't even come to a conclusion that black people was here because you don't even know what to do arguing. You just in the chat, just you know what I'm saying, running your mouth. You should stay on your knees and use it for other things. Because information, you using it for information ain't even right. Ms. Williams, you should use your mouth wisely for other things. Yeah, I know he a super grifter. He was just sitting there lying. I don't even understand why he was lying. She came over here trying to goddamn justify the shit, not knowing what was going on. Shawty, you gotta slow down and peep game before you just start running off at your mouth. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what you getting yourself into. You just got a belief and you just trying to high side your belief. I don't give a fuck about your belief. You can't prove it. Not you, not no nigga you know. Go get your teacher. Go tell him that there go the link. Go get your teacher. Tell your teacher to pull up. We can conversate. We can get to the facts. We can get to the facts. What up, Ogun? Look at that boy talking about praise God. Yo, man. Buddy said, hey, hold on. Let me go back to it. I put some sources in the description for anybody that actually wanted to need any evidence. But I just had to show y'all how real it is because that dude lied. That D1 ain't even got nothing to do with him. He definitely was lying. But this for Ogun, y'all. Don't ruin it for Ogun, y'all. Do not ruin it for Ogun.
Hey, Black First, we could have did it on yours, bro. We was looking for it, you know what I'm saying? But
trying to think of something real quick. Okay, when it comes to here we go.
yeah, I tapped the screen, shut a lot, man. Tap the screen, shut a lot.
All right, so you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so we're gonna jump it off. Topic of this debate is black people are not indigenous to America. Black people, and it's a capital B on this. Capital B black. I should show y'all the screenshot, but yeah, black people are not indigenous to America. So what I'm gonna go over is not an opinion, right? It's not my feelings. It's gonna be really a multi-discipline, multi-science demonstration of empirical fact, where I use genetics, I use anthropology, I use archaeology, I use chronology, right? I'll use linguistics. I'll define these terms in their definition.
Seen in later year age and population, freaking so on and so forth. That's the debate. So you know what I'm saying? We want to stick to that. But when discussing whether dark-skinned people, everybody there, when discussing whether dark-skinned people existed in Americas before Columbus, we must first recognize that the first inhabitants of the Americas migrated thousands of years ago during the Ice Age. These early populations lived in environments with high sun exposure and had not yet developed lighter skin adaptation seen in later year age and population. As a result, many anthropologists believe early indigenous Americans likely had darker skin pigmentation.
See, he said that the early people had darker skin, likely would have had darker skin pigmentations. He think that Negroes were the early Americans that came through the Bering Strait. You cannot make this shit up. And then you got the little girl in the chat who think that she FBA and that she always been in the Americas. These black people are the scum of the earth. As the pseudo say, low vibrational. These internet Negroes is the scum of the earth. Man, these internet Negroes is stupid. They are that unintelligent that they're willing to go to the depths and the crevice of stupidity to try to make themselves something that they are not and never will be. You will never be indigenous to the Americas. You will never be. Never. Ever, ever, ever. Never will you ever. And you will never be able to prove it. There's only one way, and you're scared of that way. You don't have the genetic ancestry to support that ever. If you did, you would be on every YouTube channel already sharing your shit. You would be proud of your ancestry, your genetic ancestry. You wouldn't be hiding it or making excuses on why not this, why not that. You suckers is crazy delusional. Your mother a goofy. I put the link in the chat. Come prove to me I'm a goofy. Here you go. Come on. Step on up, Miss FBA. Hit the link. You bad. Come have a conversation. What you talking about, real? The biggest claim he made was that Africans came to the Americas because he says haplogroup CT was found in mummies. What the fuck? Bro, I am not addressing that pseudo ass shit. The history in the law book says who mixed in? Who mixed with indigenous people? How would a law book say that we mix with indigenous people? We didn't mix with indigenous. Not everybody mixed with indigenous people. That's why less than 50 million. Well, there's how many black people in the Americas? 50 million. So out of 50 million Americans, less than 2% of 50 million black people in America have between less than 5% Native American ancestry. So out of 50 million black people in America, less than 2% of the population has less than 5% Native ancestry. You need a calculator? My boy Orfrey, 1984. So 700,000 to 800,000 or somewhere around there, whatever that number is, might be over that, might be closer to 9 out of 50 million black people would have 2%, between 2 and 5%, on average, less than 5% Native American ancestry. You want to hang your hat on that? That would mean the other 90, 94, 95% of the black population don't have that in there, bro. So it wasn't no, we would just mix it with them folks like that, bro. There was some mixing going on, and rightfully so, because Homo sapiens, they gonna have sex. Humans gonna have sex. But it wasn't like that. And we didn't populate the Americas before these people was here. What is who's she arguing with? She gotta be arguing with somebody else. Cause there ain't no fucking way. Your grandparent, if you think that your grandparents is right about some shit, that show how stupid you are. Cause your fucking grandparents told you that a motherfucker walked on water. And it ain't been a motherfucker to prove that somebody walked on water ever since. The fuck is you running around here talking about? Now you talking about some other shit that ain't got nothing to do with none of that. Who the fuck is talking that? What is a pan goofy? What is a pan goofy? Hold on, let me get some straightening with this. Let me get some straightening with this broad real quick. Let's do it.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Caught an apple slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.
That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Running around here running off at your yappers. I dropped that link and you ain't hit that link because you ain't prepared to have no conversation. Because you ain't got no information to be able to back that shit up. But yeah, real. As far as Buddy going with his claims on the video, bro, all he did was make claims. He started the debate off claiming something. He didn't do anything to substantiate any position there. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of crazy. Look at Ogun laughing. Yeah, Ogun. I'm saying, bro. These fake pretending women, man, they low vibrational, bro. You might as well go ahead, go and get you a little Christian girl, bro. Just go on back to the church, bro. Get you one of them Jesus believers, bro. Cause these other girls low vibrational out here. They think they aboriginals, indigenous to the Americas, and all that old crazy ass shit. With no evidence, ain't did nothing, ain't spared nothing, ain't shot nothing, ain't killed nothing ever. They just, So it is what it is with them girls, bro. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. That's why Shorty here. She can't leave. She love it here. She love it here. Anybody over there say that they goddamn smoke their people, just show you how stupid they are. I'm gonna give them the insults right back. Be active. They ain't even gonna run up on that tree, bro. They ain't. First of all, they ain't even got $1,000. They on the internet all day, bro. They ain't got no money. They channels ain't monetized. None of that, bro. They be tripping. They ain't got none of that. It's crazy work. Shorty ain't coming back. She left now. She can't connect nobody to the Amazon. Nobody. And she said the people over there, she can't connect nobody in the Amazon. Notice how all the elbows, when they start commenting in chats, notice how all the elbows run to everywhere but where they are. They are never in North America. They are nowhere in the United States of America. They will go to Central and South America to try to argue about some motherfucking people that ain't even associated with Central or South America because they don't know nothing. And they don't understand that when they're running that route, that there's evidence of who those people are on the routes that they're running. And then when you get in some of the cultural nuances of those people, especially in Central and the northern tip of South America, it's some questionable stuff. So, I got it right here. So, Tandria, are you suggesting that your ancestors are responsible for the STD syphilis? You want to be from the Americas so bad that your ancestors are responsible for giving the rest of the world an STD. Congratulations. You made it big time. You a syphilis carrying mofo. No, Europeans didn't. Nope. Europeans didn't. Nope. Not at all. You're not finna live it. Syphilis is from the Americas. It's right here in the Americas is where that shit comes from. Yeah. So I can keep going. So if y'all want to claim that shit so bad, then I understand it. I understand it. If you're okay with living in your STD. So fellas, y'all better stay away from Tandria. She carrying diseases. She carrying diseases. And she trying to argue with everybody, so it kind of makes it really bad for her to stay on pace and actually deal with this shit. It's probably Dosey. You know Dosey black ass carrying something. She looked like she infested. Yeah, she look ultra. She look uberly. Uberly. Ugly. Ugly. That's why you couldn't hit that link, girl. I knew you couldn't hit that link for some reason. You don't want nobody to know who you is. Maybe you smoke signal old lady that was on Sinetta. Maybe that's that's why you said smoke your peoples. Cause maybe you was that lady in that image back. I mean when he cut a camera on, you was that lady back there. Maybe that was you. Everybody know how that went. I hope you're breathing okay. Cause she's smoke your peoples. That's your old man. That's your boy. Boy. Smoke's your boy. Yeah, man. Yeah, I don't know what she talking about, but she better relax. I don't have no sympathy for Negroes who hate themselves. Self-hate Negroes, I don't have no sympathy for them. You already disrespecting yourself, so I might as well go ahead and add to the disrespect. I ain't gonna show you no respect. You hate yourself. You look in the mirror and you hate yourself. You could gas yourself up in a chat typing talking about how much you love yourself, but you don't even want to be you don't even want to be who your ancestors was. Look, Shorty confused like a motherfucker talking about a Hector. Who the fuck is a Hector? Oswald, she don't know nothing about nothing, bro. Leave her alone, man. She probably didn't even graduate high school. Ass probably dropped out of school because she was too busy trying to run the motherfucking streets, got knocked up, and then she had a baby, and then it was a wrap for that shit. So she had to go work at the dollar store up the street. It's probably what happened. It's usually what happened anyway. You know what I'm saying? Them low vibrational chicks think they goddamn aboriginals and shit. It's always them. Yeah. I ain't never been locked up. You goofy. Ain't nothing goofy about me. I ain't never been locked up. I ain't never been caught to get locked up. Some say I got lucky. The host is a Hector. What the fuck is a Hector? Nah, shawty. The host is a motherfucking West Central African. That's what the host is. Yeah. You deal with it. My bad, you ain't gonna be able to deal with it. About 100 come back. I probably could fuck around with that. Probably could fuck around. I don't know. Hell yeah, she's still working at the dollar store. She got a job at the dollar store, and she got a motherfucking job at the goddamn Burger King. Heifer be coming home smelling like motherfucking old ass grease and shit every night. With them ugly ass Skechers on, cause her feet been hurting and shit. Can't even get her nails and toes done. Dingy ass. That's how y'all elbows be. Low vibrational, uneducated ass people out here running around here trying to pretend to be somebody else y'all ain't. Goof ass. I'm getting you the shots right back. You want to talk crazy, I'm gonna talk crazy to you. Like I said, I ain't respecting nobody that ain't got no respect for theyself. When I see your self-hating ass, when I see that you a self-hating Negro, I'm going to treat you like a self-hating Negro, and I'm going to disrespect you. Right back. My mama don't eat chicken flavor noodles. My mama bougie. She go to Japanese and Korean restaurants and eat ramen at them ramen restaurants. She don't go into no dollar stores and buy no packs of noodles. She bougie. Cause she ain't got to. We ain't in the projects no more. We out the project. You still in the projects. How many kids deep is you? About 4? Damn, I feel bad for your kids. They got a low vibrational, uneducated ass mama who think that she indigenous to the Americas, but goddamn ain't got no land, ain't got nothing going for her, ain't got nothing from the government, ain't living on a reservation. Kids can't get no free health care or education, and she's saying all this shit on the internet for nothing. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I was born out south in the projects, Edge Hill. That's where my mama was. My grandmama from Kentucky. Yeah. When she got here, you know what I'm saying? So all her kids, she had 5 kids. And my granddaddy was in the Navy. In the Army, my bad. Damn. My granddaddy was in the, So, hell yeah, we was in the projects, but we ain't in the projects no more. I ain't had none of that. I grew up in the projects. Fuck you mean? I was around all the thugging. That's why what you say, don't fade me, you know what I'm saying? I done been through that. I done ran and did all that. I ain't ducking nothing. But you still, you see my face. You still at the dollar store. And you still at Burger King. And you smell like that old grease. And your baby daddy left you. And you on the internet searching for love on YouTube panels with stupid people that convinced you that you indigenous to Americas and your ass blacker than me. And you in the chat with your feelings hurt, thinking that you aboriginal to Americas and ain't took a DNA test. You gonna lie, say something wrong with the DNA, but then when your fat ass was in the hospital and they were doing surgery and bringing your ass back to life, your ass took the surgery and the medication that they prescribed you for you to continue to live. And now here you is in the motherfucking chat talking about you indigenous to something. And your motherfucking ass, you indigenous to that plate of food you can't put out. That's what the fuck you indigenous to. Yeah. I ain't got no respect for no black person that don't have no respect for theyself. When I see you a self-hating ass nigga, I'm going to treat you just like a self-hating ass nigga. It's just like that. I don't care who you is, man, woman, or child. Now, I ain't going to do those kids. But man or woman, yeah, I don't care. Yeah, so, you hate yourself that much. You trying to call all us black people in America who know that we of African descent. You try to call us names. You try to slander us. You try to do all that. I'm getting it right back. Calm, politely, and educationally. You can't help it that the information outweighs your ignorance because you can't even read. You got a low. I told you that you low vibrational. You low vibrational. You can't read. What's the last book you read? What's the last book you read? Cover to cover. What's the last book you read? Fucking Green Eggs in Hell? Mary Had a Little Lamb? Some fuck shit like that? Some children's story? The fuck you done did with your life? You about 40, you about 42. How old are you? About 42? 42, 43? Or you in your 30s and you might just be like almost 40. Which one is it? Because you just started becoming an aboriginal. recently, since you don't like being of African descent so much. You hate yourself so much that you just started becoming something else recently. Answer my question. You see me talking to you. And you can never associate my name with what you just tried to put in the chat. That's why I ain't even respond to that. You never could. You're not an active parent, ma'am. You're stupid. You're not active. My kid's in the next room. My kids in the next room. We just came from out of town. We just got back home. They in the next room. Right there. They in their own beds, in their own rooms, in their own beds. They ain't sleeping on the floor. They ain't sharing a bed. They got their own rooms upstairs. So what job is you on right now? Is you stocking at the dollar store still, or you flipping hamburgers at Burger King for the late night rush? Or McDonald's, where the fuck you work where it's a lot of grease? You need to, I'm telling you, I said the last book you read. You think that I'm thinking you reading a book to some children qualify for a book you read. Hold on, y'all. I just read the comment. She thinks because she was reading a book to a child that she thinks that I'm thinking about that book qualifying for the last book that she read. No, woman. What book have you read? Not to a child. Leave the children out of this. I'm talking to your low vibrational ass. What's the last book you read? Orphe, I agree with what you're saying in the complexity of it. You said sometimes adopted Native American culture through complex interactions, including enslavement, intermarriage, and shared resistance against white settlers. Yes, but there's also levels to what you just said, Orphe, that you know what I'm saying, that we could break down tier by tier, because yeah, in for instance, right? For instance, the Black Seminole, right? The Africans who ran away from South Carolina through Georgia into Florida in that corridor where they actually would interact with Indians and have a common enemy. Yet they lived alongside the Indians, but built their own communities and protected them. But the commonality is that they were allowed to, for the French, they were allowed to be a buffer against the Spanish. So therefore, in their resistance, they came together and intertwined that way. But culturally, remained separate, even though they did have means of communicating and having a shared experience, and then, you know, trade and things of that nature. But that would actually be in the realm of, that would be in a realm of that's why I say bits and pieces. So if we go to each thing that you mentioned, then we would see. So even in our shared experience with enslavement, there was still some differences, because they would come up from slavery a lot faster than we would, and even turn around and enslave us. And the horrifications of the slave work we did share, but then there was other specifics where we didn't. So it's each level that you mentioned, man. You know what I'm saying? It's some intertwining in there that actually we can break down. No, she didn't understand. Listen to me, Miss Brown. You're an intelligent Black woman. I'm proud of you. Everything you do, you on your shit. No, she didn't understand. She didn't understand. She literally thought that I was talking about a book that she would read to her children has been. I told this how you know, right? This how you know that these people are low vibrational. So you can't take them serious. So you got to do what True Story and Rob Bourne been doing to them, and that's just joke on them and mock them and make a mockery of them. Don't take them serious. We was giving them too much energy taking them serious. Look at her, How to Catch a Tether. She don't even realize that she's the true tether. She's trying to tie herself to Native Americans' history and culture and existence in the Americas. That's a tether. She the tether. She the tether. She hate her skin because it's black. She hate her gums because they black. She don't like her eyes because they black. She don't like her crusty ass, black and mild smoking lips because they black. Look at her in the chat just saying any stupid thing. Oh, let her. I ain't gonna boot her or nothing. Let her just say what she's saying. She need a reaction. You see she ain't hit that link? I put that link in there like 6 times. I would just want to go, and I wasn't going to be disrespectful to her if she would have hit the link. She need to get something straightening. So I'm not going to take her serious. I'm going to hurl insults and jokes at her as they hurl insults and jokes because they're self-hating Negroes. I don't have to respect that. You can't tell me that but she's a black woman. She's this. No, this particular black woman and that particular class of black women disrespects themselves and don't deserve respect from a black man to them. That's why they get treated the way that they do. Oh, fucking well. I respect real black women. Defend, protect, and respect real black women. Women that take the proper time to edify themselves, correct mistakes, grow from those things, properly educating their children, taking care of their responsibilities, deserves the highest quality of everything in life, the beautiful essence of being black and proud, the Africanness in these black beautiful women that stands in front of us and have every man, white, black, or indifferent, lusting over them. Damn women. Damn the women. Them HBCU graduates that know their African history. You know what I'm saying? Them women. Shawty ain't got no education, man. You know what I'm saying? She dropped out. She dropped out. The melanin popping women, you know, them the women. Yeah, you know, the Southern girls. And everywhere else. Oh, nobody feel left out. Look at it in the chat. Just telling you to be an active father instead of a telugu. You ain't telling me to be active. My shit, listen. I got a 23-year-old. He got a baby. So that make me a granddaddy now. I got an 18-year-old. He finna graduate. I'm 2 for 2 on graduations. My third son, he going to high school next year. He the baby, so he got to get his shit together because he kind of maturing up a little bit too. He getting a little, confidence and shit that he ain't had when he was little. He going through his little shit, so you know what I'm saying. So he got to get his shit together, refocus, and he gonna get up out of there too. But you ain't got to tell me to do something that I'm already gonna do naturally. Naturally, protect, provide, educate. I'm gonna do that natural. This is just my man in me. It's a man in me, man. You know what I'm saying? It's the man in me. You ain't even got no man. That's why you trying to tell somebody to be a father. You ain't got no man. He left your ass because you thought you was indigenous to America. That nigga said, he said, fuck this month. I'm out of here. He said, fuck you, he out. Your baby daddy left you because you thought you was aboriginal to America. That man left you because you thought you was indigenous to America. He said, bitch, I went to school and I took science. Ain't no motherfucking way. He said, I'm out. I can't do this no more. I'm not finna fight with you. You run around here trying to tell somebody that your peoples was here before the Native Americans. He said, nah, that ain't my type of woman. Let me go find me one of these cornbread fed, thick hips and lips sisters. That's what he said. He said, you ain't no, you something else. Man, be active. I ain't sweating none of that. I'm having fun. As you can see, smile. My dimples is showing. Smile on my. Hold on, somebody probably telling me to stop. Hold on. Let me check. I told you, somebody telling me to stop. And it's raining outside. The storm is here. I just got my car washed today too. This crazy work. You looking SpongeBob Latino? What? Shawty, you ain't even making no sense. You look like I ain't gonna say what you look like. I can stand up. I ain't wide and all outside. I'm gonna get in there. I can fit the camera. I don't need to scoot it back. None of that. I can stand straight up and yeah. You, on the other hand, miss high cholesterol, high blood pressure, barely can breathe, need a breathing machine, CPAP machine when you sleep at night. That's another story. That's another story. She sound like she never passed. She probably got some high school, 10th grade, 11th grade before she, you know what I'm saying, she got knocked up and then she stayed in the projects and, you know what I'm saying, she been getting goddamn food stamps and government assistance since then. She been living in the project since then and, you know what I'm saying, somebody needed somewhere to stay, you know what I'm saying, because they were locked up and they were trying to get out. They met up through the little jail internet shit they got now with they PayPals and all that, and, you know what I'm saying, and then that was her man. He was coming home and she was in the project with another dude, baby, and, you know what I mean, he came home, he needs somewhere to place to stay and for probation and shit like that. Then he knocked her up and then she pregnant with this man kids. Then he back in the street hustling, trying to get that right. Then he caught another case. Now he gone away. Now she messing with somebody else. She looked like she got about 4 or 5 baby daddies. That's how you get stupid. She got about 4 or 5 baby daddies. You know what I'm saying? And every last one of them that got up out of there find out she trying to be Aboriginal or Indigenous to America. They're like, pew, pew, pew. They were leaving her ass. kill her ass quick. It's a fact. Straight up. She said she looking for a man. You looking for a man? I don't no man want no stupid ass female. I'm sorry. Woman, you gonna be single for the rest of your life because you stupid. Don't no man want no stupid ass female. They want a beautiful, educated, invested woman. They don't want no internet Indian. They want a woman who knows who she are, that is confident in who she is and what she see in the mirror, who embraces her African ancestry, who knows that she is a descendant of some people who sacrificed their lives for the greater good of her existence in the Americas, that went through hell just to get here. And then on top of that, they want you teaching your children properly. You misinformed, uneducated, babble mouth talking mofo. Don't nobody want that. They don't want that. You're delusional. Who the fuck want that? Don't no man want that. You remember Belly? You remember the movie Belly? You remember who Nas was with? T-Boz, right? Okay. T-Boz. You remember who DMX was with? That's the spectrum of a woman that a man wants. They don't want your fat ass over there eating up all the cookies, drinking up all the juice. Every time I'm in the kitchen, you in the kitchen looking ass. Your ass still eating. Oh yeah. Nah, on some real shit though. I'm done messing with you. But on some real shit though, you, not you in particular. When I'm saying you, I'm generalizing. Like the people that associate themselves with being indigenous to the Americas. This is to the women who associate themselves with being indigenous to Americas. You don't know how stupid you're looking to other women. You don't know how stupid you're looking to other people who are trying to, or potentially are looking to invest in something that may be worth your while. If you're trying to run a business, if you're trying to do this, that, or the third, because they're finding you in these places and spaces where they can identify with how you relate or treat yourself, and then ain't nobody gonna respect that. Ain't nobody gonna respect that. Seriously, no one. I mean, I'm if a motherfucker, if I seen you somewhere and a motherfucker was smacking the shit out of you, I'm gonna help you because you're a black woman. But after I help your ass and the coast is clear and there ain't no more smoke, I'm gonna turn my way and go the other way. I ain't gonna have no other words for you. I'm gonna cause of that, and I'm doing that on the strength of your kids. I'm gonna help you on the strength of your kids. But after that, I don't want to hear no thank you. You know what I mean? None of that shit. You ain't got to try to find me or none of that. Cause I'm still gonna be like you, a stupid motherfucker. One of them dumbass females who think they goddamn been in the Americas and ain't been here with no evidence. And you probably one of them same old low vibrational ass women that think you don't need no vaccine. What game? Who running the game? I don't run no game on nobody. Fucking game you talking about? Girl, you about 3 times my size. Who the fuck is running the game on your ass? Fuck out of here. I told y'all I was gonna stop joking on you. Motherfucker crazy. Oh yeah, my bad, man. I overlooked your message earlier because I was messing with this old fat-headed ass woman. But Don Dada says he's known for cropping sources and cherry picking. That's a fact. I could see that. Full screen would be better. Wherever the pseudos is. But I know he claims Naya D1MT DNA, but you dissected it thoroughly. Yeah. He can't claim Naya because if he's claiming Naya, Naya is a descendant of the first peoples, which would make him a Paleo-Indian, which would mean he is not black. So I just done data. I hope that you catch this part of it. And I just want you to understand that if you ever talk to this guy again, you could tell this gentleman that if he is claiming to be a descendant or he is claiming to be of ancestry with Naya, then he's not black at all. He wouldn't even be defined as black by the Spanish, the British, the French, the Dutch. None of those European powers that were in the areas bringing black people to the Americas. He won't be that. So he's having a conversation with people that he shouldn't even be having a conversation with. But then he turns on the camera and then he's black. He's an African American. Like some people said they caught him with his ancestry being 87% African. Conversation over. So... And with all due respect, bro, like that's crazy work. Yeah, he was here. I think he popped in and popped out. I don't think that he's still here, bro. Like for real. Show that shit. Let me see. Are you typing all this from? Oswald asked her if she was typing all of this from a reservation. You know, goddamn well she ain't on no reservation. That heifer is in the projects somewhere in one of these southern states, more likely Alabama, Texas, Mississippi, one of them 3 places, maybe even Georgia. I don't ain't nowhere else but in one of them. And she sound like she in Mississippi somewhere, like close to Memphis. I don't know, but she could. Oh, let me take it back. Chicago. They have in Chicago somewhere. She thinks she Mississippian mound builder. She from Chicago. She kept saying some of them Chicago words too much when she was typing. She definitely in the projects though. She might be from O Block or 63rd, somewhere over there. Lamb Run, some goddamn well. Her reservation is in the projects. Yeah, she definitely in the projects for real. She got Comcast internet. She got that $10 shit. That's why she comment back to back so many times, and then it take a minute. Look, from low. Look, told you. She from what the fuck is this? What is this? Where is that at? Where is that at in Chicago? Turtle Gang finna clip this shit up. Turtle Gang finna clip this. I'm gonna get a whole notification with Turtle Gang showing me roasting the elbow. This motherfucker's crazy. She is. Shot it from she from Chicago. She knows she is. It's all good. You from the west side or the south? You from the south side? My uncle on the south side of Chicago. She ain't from no Iowa. She from Chicago. She kept saying shorty and all that old shit they be saying. Calumet. You see, she from Calumet. That's why she thinks she Indian. The Mexican grandfather tears from them going. This shout that she be tripping. She mad. She mad now. I told you. Listen, look, let's just be real. Mel, you still here or you sleep? Because you got to teach these kids in the morning. You got to make up for what these ignorant ass mamas ain't doing their job. Crazy work. I told she can't comment like it. She probably claiming to be Blackfoot, Mound Builder, Freeman, hybrid in Chicago. You know it. Hey, you know that's what they be doing too. They be trying to claim the shit, all the good shit too. You know, the people that did all the good shit on y'all side, Thomas and Oswald. She be trying to claim the good shit. You so stupid. You didn't expect this much bandwidth. Why would you say that dumbass shit? That's just dumb of you to say. She definitely new age, bro. So listen, man. There's another video that I'm probably gonna get into the next time I'm off. It was a dude that's talking about. It's similar to this topic, but the source that he uses is kind of crazy because he's thinking that it's saying something that it's not, and then he tries to cherry pick the source to make it, correlate with his argument. His argument is that that black people in America are not West and Central African, and he's trying to use a study to talk about the origins of this haplogroup, and then he makes it sound like he's trying to call black people Asians, but then he tried to say that he ain't. I don't know. It's kind of funny, but at the same time, it is what it is with it. But I want to play that and get into that. But man, I'm finna get my ass out of here. Take me a shower, go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Before Tandria call her gang on me, try to get, you know what I'm saying? Try to get me handled. Yeah, bro. Tandria, you make sure you come back. We're gonna beat the pseudo out of you, all right? We're gonna make sure that you get rid of all that bullshit you on. That's a fact. We definitely gonna do that. But y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day again, man. Have a good one. Thanks for choosing us, man. Spending your time here with us. You know what I'm saying? And we gonna make it happen. We definitely gonna make it happen. All right, y'all. Take care. Peace out. This mother act like he ain't even want to cut off on y'all, man. I'd been hit the end of the stream.
What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.